check 1 2. All right, we are live. We're live. Y'all, welcome in. Nuka is in here. What's up? Welcome into the stream, y'all. Appreciate y'all tapping in today. Let me get a couple things here. Spazzin's in the building. What's up, Spazzin? Welcome to the stream. How are y'all feeling today? Let me get this focus right there. There we go. Lolita, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. Agus, welcome in. How are y'all feeling? Welcome to the stream. Welcome to Track Talk, y'all. If y'all are coming in for the first time on any of the platforms that we're live on, green but purple, welcome in as well. If you're coming in for the first time, let me know where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know what kind of music you make. Let me see. BBX is in the building. Sarah Siki, welcome in as well. Sheen, I appreciate you being here. Welcome into the stream, y'all. Let me know what y'all are up to today. This is a later live than usual. Just finished a bunch of different projects and work and stuff for the day. So we're hopping off for a little bit here. Or hopping on here for a little bit. I'm going to take a handful of songs today. Derek Bennett is in the building, but yeah, it's a late one. Chewy, welcome in. Royston is in the building from Uganda, all the way from East Africa. Thank you so much for tapping in today. I appreciate you being here. I hope you're doing absolutely fantastic today. Super fan Derek Bennett is in the building. Benny, thank you for tapping in. Dajim, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. I appreciate you tapping in. Beatrice is in the building. Is it Izay? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping into the stream. Yeah, let me know where y'all are joining from. Let me know if you make music, the kind of music that you make. I will explain the whole live stream, the structure of it and everything here in the next couple minutes. Is it EJ or EAJ? Let me know where you're coming in from. It's good to see you. I appreciate you tapping in. Manolo, welcome in as well. We'll get into some music here in just a little bit as well. But let me dive into a couple things here. Let me get a few things updated. Brain Slug Network, welcome Network, welcome into the stream. I appreciate you tapping in, y'all. We are live on all 3 platforms right now. I'll explain the structure of the stream here in just a few minutes. Give me a second to update a few things. Absolutely all genres, all styles, all levels of preparedness, all qualities, all languages across the board. We're going to listen to absolutely everything. Finn is in the building. Evan is in the building. Welcome in, y'all. If y'all are over on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. It does really help out the live stream. And we'll get flowing here in just a second. Let me see. Don, welcome in. Venom, welcome into the stream. I appreciate you tapping in. Big South City Music is in here. What's up, y'all? Welcome in. All right, give me a couple minutes here, y'all, and we'll kick everything off. But if y'all are coming in for the first time, talk to me about where you're from. Talk to me about where you're joining from. If you make music, let me know the kind of music that you make, how long you've been making it. We'll chat here for a second, and then I'm going to get into a handful of tracks here today, a handful of consultations. We'll dive in. All musicians. I make pop in LA. Let's go. How long have you been doing that, EJ? I hope I'm saying it correct. I hope it's EJ. I'm breaking my mic over here. Absolutely, Venom. 100%. Yeah, give me just 2 minutes. Let me get a couple things updated for your shout out to them. It's amazing. AJ, welcome in. Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, any genre, any level of preparedness. I'll explain the submissions here in just a second. Give me just 2 minutes. Afro Soul in Uganda. That's amazing. Absolutely beautiful. AJ, I got you. Give me just a minute. Gatsby is in Nashville. Shout out to Nashville. I was working with an artist out of Nashville a couple weeks ago, or maybe about a month or so ago, if I'm honest. I think it's been about 4 or 5 weeks, maybe at this point. Time means nothing to me. I don't know what time means. Okay, give me just a moment. to get a few things updated here, and then we will kickstart the live. Ellie's in the building. What's up, Ellie? Yeah, I spent a couple days doing some collaborative writing and some production help with kind of consultations with an artist out of Nashville for their first album. It's cool. I don't even know if they have decided on an artist name or if they're just going with their name. Steven or Stefan, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. What do you know about them Iowa artists? I know a few. I don't know a ton. That might be you. Maybe I need to know about you. All right, let me see. Ismar, welcome in as well. Appreciate you stepping in. Let's see. One moment here, y'all. Let me... You got any in-ear monitors? I used to have some. They were the Shure 2 drivers. I used to have them years ago. I don't use in-ears anymore. I used to have some. If that's what you're referencing, if that's what you're talking about. It was a Shure 2 drive. I don't remember what the exact model was, but I used it for a lot of live. I did a lot of live session work for a while, where I was using. Let me see. SE846, maybe. Frank, welcome in. Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Foolhardy, welcome in. Ronnie, appreciate you tapping in. Let me see. Was it the 425s? I think it was the 425s. I'm doing fabulous, Frank. Thank you for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. Is it Dajimban? Am I saying that correctly? Thank you so much for tapping in, and thank you for the follow. I really appreciate that as well. Yeah, I'm doing fantastic. I'm working like crazy, which is, it's always fun, tiring, all of that stuff. But yeah, I think the in-ears, I'm trying to look up the ones. I'm pretty sure they were SA 425s. Let me see. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Friend inside me, thank you for tapping in. Fascinating name. Let me see. Ghana, welcome in, Prince Joe. I appreciate you tapping in as well. Thank you for the follow as well, Prince Joe. Yeah, they were fantastic. If they're the ones that I actually think that I had, I'm just pretty sure it's been years since I've had them. I sold them probably 9 years ago. I'm pretty sure they were SE425s. If they're the ones that I had, then they are fantastic. And they did an amazing job when I had them. They're really, really isolating dual driver headphones. So if you're looking for in-ear monitors, you do live sound, you do, if you're a musician on stage, stuff like that, I'm sure it's just going to be an easy way for you to go. For something that's fairly, universal. Would you play a session? Play a myriad of different things. For when I was using these, it was usually either drums or keys. I played piano since I was 6 years old, classically trained pianist, from the ages of 6 through 19. So I've done a lot of session work as a keys player, synthesis, stuff like that. So I used those a lot when I was doing keys, but they were pretty sound isolating. So I would use them a lot behind the kit as well. So if I was doing drums, that was great. I've done some guitar session work, but that's usually in studio or remotely. So a lot of the guitar stuff that I do is just from my studio. But when I'm doing live stuff, that's typically keyboards, piano, synths, stuff like that. Or I've done some stuff with drums, just not nearly as often. I've played drums since I was 4 years old. It's just not the instrument that I typically go to for session work, even though I have a kit here in studio and I do play a good amount. Kyle, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Okay, give me 2 seconds, y'all, and we're going to, I appreciate you, EJ. Do you like Cage the Elephant? Yeah, they're awesome. I almost had a chance to, my wife and I lived in Dallas for a while. Aggie, thank you for the follow. My wife and I lived in Dallas for about 2.5 years, up until almost a year ago. We were in Dallas. I had a small studio up there, and then we moved back to our home city, which is San Antonio, at least for the time being, and then set up a home studio back here. When we were in Dallas, we almost had a chance to see them. It just didn't end up panning out with the work that we were doing. I have not heard of Sweet Kyle. I have not. Let me see. Frank.wave, you absolutely can. Give me 2 seconds. Henry, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. Elijah, welcome in as well. Okay, y'all, let's get into some music. I'm gonna try to get a couple things moving here. Give me just one moment. I'm very new to music. I've been learning, and I'm gonna lock in and make my first song. Aggie, this is the best community for you. That's what this whole live stream is about. This is what this whole community is about. I'm excited. I'm excited that you're here. Welcome in. I appreciate you tapping in. Luminosis, am I saying that correctly? Thank you for hopping in as well. What's happening with you? JSW, thank you for the follow. I hate promoting, and I'm awful at it. Join the club of 99% of musicians and artists out there. But I want to get myself out there. Any easy ways to do it? Let me say this really briefly before we dive in. Don, thank you for the follow. For me, it comes, what are you good at? What is your natural environment, and how can you integrate your music into that? There's a lot of people that have been very successful in joining. I'm sorry, I'm reading 4 different chats here at the same time. Very, very successful in promoting their music. All of the people that I can point to have done things that are very, very natural to them, things that they're already working at, things that they're already good at, things that they already do at their job, and then they integrate their music into it. I'll give you like 3 examples here. 3 that most of y'all will probably know, especially if you're here on TikTok. The first would be Nick D. Nick D, and to be honest with you, a lot of these people I don't even like necessarily like their music that much. They're just phenomenal at promoting, and they are now making for some of them millions of dollars a year, completely independently with their music. Okay, with Nick D. Nick D was a wedding videographer, and what? Sorry, my mic is dropping here. Give me a second. Oy, oy, oy. He was a wedding videographer, and he did like photography and wedding videography for years, and he also played sports. He's played sports, pretty much his entire life. So he was good at like trick shots. He was good at sports, and he was good at videography. He knew how to edit. He knew how to sync music. He knew how to get multiple clips and sync them and make sure that everything felt really cohesive. So what did he do? He took what was his actual job. He took his actual job, he took what he was good at, and he took at just a hobby of his and started making content surrounding those things. Next thing you know, those things go viral. And it was something that he could do at scale. It was something he's like, I can do this all. I already have the camera. I already have the skills. I already do this stuff. I can pump out music like crazy. What's the Valentine? Welcome in. I can do this at mass. I can do this at scale. So we started doing it and it worked, right? Let's stay in that same vein and let's go over to someone like Connor Price. Connor Price, who was doing a bunch of covers and was doing a bunch of other things, and they were kind of working, but also kind of not working. The question for him was, how do I connect my music? So he did what he's done his entire life. He has been an actor for most of his life. He's been in a bunch of small movies. He's been in a bunch of shows. He's been extras in a bunch of stuff. The thing that he knows beyond his music is acting. So what did he start doing that actually took off and actually connected? Skits. It was acting. It was doing the clones. It was to spin the globe. It was all these different things that he did where he integrated his acting skills and built out his audience doing something that he could easily connect to. He could do at scale and at mass and do it at decent quality. Another one is Citizen the Artist. This is probably one of my favorite examples of content connecting. Citizen the Artist, if you don't follow them, I would highly suggest that you do. He's not even there. He's not even there at their level, but he's also a really, really prolific artist as well, produces a lot of his own stuff. This artist, Citizen the Artist, is what he goes by, at least here on TikTok and on his like Spotify, his DSPs and stuff like that. Citizen the Artist, he's a very, very talented cinematographer. Very, very talented. I mean, he's got, like a $30,000 camera. He's got crazy, crazy stuff. So he's been a cinematographer for a long time. And he's young, but he's very, very talented. He can edit like nobody's business. He works with other great editors. So when he started promoting his music, what did he start doing? He started doing the thing that he was already doing and then connected his music to it. So he would do transitions in his videos, and you can go check them out for yourself. He would go do transitions in his music from like kind of like what do you call, not what was I was going to say spot like Snapchat style, kind of like almost like Snapchat style quality into his like ridiculous high quality cinematography stuff. And those transitions took off. Next thing you know, he's got millions of views on his stuff, hundreds of thousands of views. He's getting millions of streams on his music. And all he did was the thing that he could do at scale. He already had the gear. He already had the skills. He knew how to edit. So he pointed his attention and his energy and his resource into that very thing. So I think for me, and again, I'm not a promotion expert. I'm showing you what I observe, right? And we have people that, within some of our company that do more in like social media management and stuff like that. I'm not that guy. I'm a session musician. I'm a producer. I'm a professional audio engineer. That's all that stuff is what I do for a living. I'm not a like a professional promoter or anything like that. In fact, I haven't applied a lot of these things to any music that I personally work on for myself, for me as an artist. I'm talking about what I observe and what works. And hopefully that's a good answer to some of what y'all are asking here as well. It's like, I hate promoting. Most of the reasons why y'all hate promoting is because you're doing something that's so wildly outside of what is natural to you. I know people personally that are like, really like, they're terrible in like at acting. They're like horrible. And just no knock to them. I won't name names. They're horrible at acting. Yet they felt because Connor Price was doing skits that they should try to do skits. And they did it and they tried it for months. It's like, dude, I hate this. I'm not connecting. In fact, they're just getting mocked. They're just getting mocked all the time because it did not connect at all. It did not feel natural. It did not feel like it was even like real to them at all. And so on the other side to it, like there's, just look at your environment. What do you do for a job? What do you do for a job? What do you do, what is your environment like? What is something that you're good at? What is something that you feel like is easy for you to connect with, and do that in the way that you promote your music. And I can almost assure you that beyond just trying to randomly post clips of your music, say, hey, new song out, I can almost assure you that you will connect much, much, much deeper with your audience. Okay, sorry, long-winded answer to that question, but I did want to make sure that we give it a good answer. Okay, let me double check a few things here, and then let me go ahead and dive. Random OC, welcome in. I see you. Trav, I see you. Forrest, welcome in. I see you. Riot, welcome in. I see you as well. Luminosis, thank you so much for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. I'm so glad. Thank you. Yeah, I'm no expert there. I would never claim to be. And I never have. I'm observant, and I think if you just like look at what's working, it's not the thing that they're doing that's working. It's kind of like the philosophy behind it, right? You know what I mean? It's not just that skits work. You know what I mean? It's not just that, high quality video works, because for some people it doesn't. For some people, sitting in their garage and putting an echoey reverb on their vocal works. For some people, telling their friend to listen to their song in their car works. For some people, whatever it may be, right? It's going to be, and it's for some people, 4K music videos with the whole group, like that works for some people, right? So it's not that any one of those is the right answer. It's the thing that you can connect to, that you can do at scale and you can do at mass, that actually you're able to connect with an audience with, because it feels a little bit more natural. Josue, yes, I am. But just a little bit, I will. You have so many synths that must have been expensive. Yes, ridiculously for some of them. I'm actually, I have probably 13, 14 synths in here right now. I'm actually selling a couple of them because I have a 45U rack right here next to me that I'm about to fill out with a bunch of racks, like a bunch of like vintage rack synths I'm super excited about. So I'm actually selling a few. Like I just sold my Motif. I just sold my MX61. I'm selling my Ensoniq, the SQ1 Plus that I have. I'm selling my DX21, and I'm selling my Triton LE. I want to come clear some space over there, so that I can put this rack is literally like 7.5 feet tall or 7 feet tall. It's ridiculous. The racks are just going to allow me to have a lot more synths and a much smaller footprint, all controlled by one device, right? So obviously with all of you can't really see them on the camera that much. All the synths that I have back here, the DS21, the Poly Ds, the Mini Logs, the Juno 106, all this stuff back there, they all have their own key bed, which some of those I love. Like the Juno 106 is one of my favorite synths in the world. I love that thing. I'll never sell it. That has a great key bed. I really, really like the way that it actually plays as an instrument. I mean, there's other synths that don't really require that, right? So I like a lot of old like vintage Romplers and stuff like that, and other like vintage synths and other rack synths. That the reason why I can do that is I can stack them in a huge rack right here and have like 15 different synths all within a 19-inch footprint, and control them all from don't do that. Control them all from my MIDI controller right here at the computer, and just run it all through MIDI. And just pick different MIDI channels and have a MIDI splitter over there on the rack where I can actually split them all up and get into some fun stuff there. But yeah, that's the reason why. That's the reason why I'm getting the racks. I'll still keep a lot of synths back there. Like I'll probably still have 6 or 7 key bed synths in the background. But the rack is going to allow me to basically have a bunch of different rack units of synths, and just be able to select each one and still have fully analog synthesis, still get all of the original, tonal qualities and, characteristics and color from those old, mid 80s, early 90s synthesizers and stuff like that. Don't VSTs just do the same thing as the synths? No, not necessarily. One of the biggest would be coloring character over time, because of the actual circuitry of the synthesizers themselves, as well as workflow. To me, one of the biggest determining factors of your sound is your workflow, not necessarily what you use. You can use Serum, you can use VSTs. I have tons of VSTs. I love VSTs. I have VSTs of half the synths that I have here in the studio. But what I always tell people, it's not one-to-one necessary. Now, some synths sound. I have a Juno 106 back there. The Juno 106 objectively sounds better than the Juno 106 plugin, and I have Roland's Juno 106 plugin. That chorus, that circuitry, the age of that circuitry, in my opinion, sounds better than I have 2 different Juno 106 plugins, and I've compared them all. I think the synth sounds better, but that to me is not even the biggest deal, because tucked into a mix, who knows? Depends how prominent that element is. Tucked into a mix, that's a different story. To me, what I feel like is one of the biggest determining factors of your sound is what you do creatively with the tools that are in front of you. I have found, for me personally, as someone who's played synths forever, someone who's played keyboards and played synthesizers since I was 6, 7, 8 years old, right? Started piano when I was 6, started learning synths when I was like 9, 10, 11 years old. So since I started so young and have been playing synths for most of my life, I've found that I sound better working tactile. It's not that like the sound itself is always better, right? It's not that like a mini log plugin, or like, a Korg micro Korg plugin, which I have, it sounds, 200% better than the Korg micro Korg original, right? It's not necessarily just that. It's that I make more creative, more interesting, more, nuanced decisions when I have knobs and keyboards and faders and stuff in front of me than I do when I'm like automating a filter closed right here in Pro Tools and then automate it back open. And then, oh yeah, let me make sure I add an automation lane for the LFO and like trigger that down here. I feel like I'm more creative when I play a weird sound and I accidentally move something and I switch something over here and I move this up here and I cut the filter down and then I raise the modulation wheel and it makes some really quirky sound that I probably never would have done if I would have just been trying to automate it in Pro Tools or whatever DAW that you're using, right? So again, a lot of thank you, Dan, for the perfume, and thank you for the heart me as well. I appreciate you tapping in. Good to see you. Are you an Ableton, Logic, or FL guy? I'm a Pro Tools guy. I'm a Pro Tools. It's boom. If it works, it's right there. There's my Pro Tools. But yeah, I've used Pro Tools since I was 12 years old. I'm familiar with it. I have used Logic. I used to have Logic on an old computer that was stolen. Yep, I'm on Pro Tools all the way, start to finish, tracking, production, mixing, and mastering all the way through. And I've done that since I was 12 years old. So at this point, that's 20 years ago. Is it AS? Welcome in. I appreciate you being here. I also use Slow Tools. I don't know if Slow Tools was a joke, but it is hilarious. Shout out to Slow. Wait, where's my? I don't know if that was on purpose, but it is funny. Pro Tools start to finish as well. Dopeism, welcome in as well. I have FL Studio. I used to have Logic. I've used Ableton. I've used Reason. Sorry for the delayed joke, drums right there. I've used Reason. I've used Studio One. When I was training in studio, I did a 2.5-year private mentorship in a studio that's where I kind of learned audio engineering, live sound mixing, studio tracking, stuff like that. When I was doing my mentorship in that studio, we were bouncing between Studio One and Pro Tools. Studio One at the time was fairly new. It was like the first version of Studio One. We were working on some of the old, Presonus, the early Presonus digital mixers at the time, learning some of that new stuff that was coming in. We were getting like the first version of Rode mics in there as well. It was cool. Like when I was training in studio, a lot of like the new brands that are now incredibly prominent were just coming out. So we got a shipment to the studio. It was just a private studio for this engineer. But this engineer's studio, we got a private shipment or a shipment of Rode microphones, like the early NT ones that were coming out. We got a bunch of them in there, and we had like 7 of them. We were like miking the whole studio with them: drums, guitar, bass, pianos, all that fun stuff. It was fun. Anyways, yeah, it was a fun time. But we were, working on the early Studio One stuff. But yeah, I have FL Studio. It has a lot of its pros and cons. Pro Tools has a lot of its pros and cons. A lot of its pros are going to be on the tracking and mixing side, the comping and playlisting side, and the mixing and mastering side. That interface for that, the UI for that, I think is very, very intuitive. And I've just used it for so long that it makes it very simple for me. FL Studio is fantastic programming, MIDI controls, sample manipulation. Same for Ableton. Big strengths there in that space, which are a little bit more of a weak point. But you can also just get plugins that do a lot of those same things in Pro Tools, which is just what I've done. But yeah, FL is great for stuff like that. FL is also a nightmare for like playlisting and like mixing vocals and like routing audio for vocals and actually like comping and playlisting that stuff. It's just not. I've used it for about 2 years exclusively to learn it. Every other person that I know that tries to use FL Studio all the way through, they still say the same thing, like using Edison and like trying to track in there and playlists. It's just not intuitive for tracking live stuff. Now in my studio here, like I mentioned, I have a bunch of analog and hardware synths. I have electric, acoustic, and bass guitars. I've got big amps in here. I've got live drums. That kind of stuff is just not nearly as intuitive on FL or maybe Ableton as it would be on like Studio One, Pro Tools, maybe even Logic. You could probably throw as a middle ground in there as well. I think Logic's great for the price, especially. Okay. Let me get into a couple things. Give me just 1 second. Let me make sure I have everything up here, and then we're going to dive in. Andrew King, I got you. Thank you so much, man. Let me get you up on the board as well. Give me just 2 seconds to get the line updated, and then We'll go ahead and get into some music, y'all. I'm not going to be on for a ton of time today, but I do want to get into a good chunk of songs. So we'll dive into some consultations here in just a second. I know I'm missing a bunch of comments too because I'm ranting a lot. It happens to be what I tend to do. It's just the way my brain works. I'm sorry. So I sorry about that. Justin, I got you as well. Justin, let me get you up on the board. I appreciate you so much as well. Let's get this up here. Beautiful. Boom. Andrew, Justin, got you on the board. I haven't even explained the live stream. It's brutal, Lumen. It is brutal. It is all over the place. My whole life has been like this, where I talk fast. I go all over the place. Okay, quickly. What's up, Wubsy? The Wubsinator, DJ and producer is here in the chat. That's the family right there. Love you, bro. Hope you're doing amazing. Let's get into some music. Let me go ahead and explain the live stream and the structure of what we do here, Wubsy. Thank you for the heart me. I appreciate it. For those of you who have never been here before, welcome to Track Talk. Welcome to the family. I'm very, very grateful that you decided to spend some time with us tonight. Thank you for joining the live stream. What we do here at Track Talk are 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. These are long form. They are detailed. We usually listen to your track, like I said, 2 to 3 different times to really get into the details and the nuances of what you're doing creatively and practically. We're going to dive into your mix and master. We're going to talk through your production elements, sound design choices, lyric and song formatting and structure. Every breakdown, every consultation is different based on who is in front of us and who is sending in their track. It's a really, really detailed long form breakdown. Like I said, about 30 minutes a piece. This is not a quick review. There's no trash or pass. There's no ratings. There's no polls. It is strictly about getting into the details and the nuances of what you're doing. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. We're just going to focus on the music and we're going to get into those details. If that's something that would be valuable to you, that's what this live stream is all about. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time, we've been talking about this a little bit already. My name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. I've done that for 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained musician. So the whole structure of this live stream is pointed in that direction. That's what we're going to talk about. That's what we're going to break down. But we are here for absolutely every genre, every style, every level of quality, and every level of skill that you have. This is not here, or we are not here, like I said, to just hype you up. We're not here to like just be an exposure live and just like get you spins. It's not just like a pay to play and then that's it. Like, this is a really long form detailed consultation. So if you're serious and you want to get some support, you would like to get some help, you would like to get a professional second set of ears on your music, we've been doing this live stream in this context and in this kind of vein for the last 3+ years, doing it kind of in the same format that we're doing here. So if you would like to submit, some people are asking about this earlier. We're getting to it. We got some songs on the board. We're ready to go. If you would like to submit your music for a consultation, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Pixelated, thank you for the follow. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow all of the details. If you don't actually read through and follow all of the details, I won't get your song up on the board. I won't even get notified. If you do follow both of these steps and we get yourself up there, I'll get notified and I'll get you in the line. If y'all would like to see the line, order, minimum, stuff like that, we're live on 2 other platforms. You can find those platforms at my link as well. TikTok is a little bit shy about allowing me to say other stuff on here, so you can kind of use your imagination, but we're live on the red app and the purple app. YT and T. You can find those platforms at my link. The line is always up over there. You can see how many songs we have left. You can see who's on the board. You can see where you're at. You can skip. You can move around. It's completely modular. People come in and they move around all the time. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details. We're about to kick it off right now with our first couple tracks here. As above, so below. This is not Wubsy. Thank you for the galaxy. Hold on. Wubsy, thank you for the galaxy. Dude, that's crazy. Crazy. Thank you so much for the love, man. Thank you so much for that gift, man. I appreciate that more than you know. As above, so below. This is not a fast pace. So if you're looking for me to rush through stuff and not explain things and not chat with the chat, that's not what this place is about. We're gonna move at a pace that feels comfortable to my brain, and that is that. Flow state, welcome in as well. Okay. Shout out to Wubsy, man. That's the family, man. I love and appreciate you so much, man. I hope life is treating you all right. Yeah, there's plenty of spaces as above, so below. Tons of places, Pupsy. Thank you for the bubble gums. I'm trying to talk and there's shit coming out of my mouth. Thank you so much for the bubble gums, bro. I appreciate you a lot. There's plenty of spaces that they move on. They run fast. Their goal is to blast through tracks as fast as possible. That's not what we're doing. That's not what we're chilling. We're having a good time. We're going to talk about music. We're going to talk about gear. We're going to talk about y'all's tracks and get through these consultations. So yeah, there's tons of places if you want to move fast. That's just not what we do here. All right, let's get into it. Give me just 1 second to make sure I've got Andrew. I just got yours. I was just about to ask, and that's Pixelated Memory. Let me update the name here to Pixelated so I don't get confused. I don't want to get confused. Sometimes all the names are different on all the different platforms. So let me just see. Pixelated, beautiful. Okay, that way to make sure I get everything lined up. All right, man, we're gonna kick it off today with Pixelated. Let's get into it. Do you think going to school for audio is actually worth it, or could you learn it all online? No, you're totally good. I try not to say those names, but sometimes that's all that I see in front of me. So my bad if I let the world know accidentally. Do you think audio is actually worth it, or could you learn it all online? You can learn a ton online. Nothing beats experience though. So I did do a halfway formal training. So the audio engineer that I worked under, he was one of the professors at the Audio Engineering Institute in San Antonio, which I don't think exists anymore. I think it's disbanded. But at the time, he was a professor at the Audio Engineering Institute. And so I worked privately with him in his studio for 2.5 years. That's where I learned everything that I learned initially. But nothing beats doing your thing over and over and over again. So here, the problem is that people think that going to school will be the fix. It's not. People think that learning on YouTube will be the fix. It's not. Nothing beats learning information, getting a solid foundation, understanding the thing that you're working in, and then doing that thing at scale. You can only watch so many videos, right? You can only swipe through so many TikTok, audio podcasts and whatever, people talking about their favorite life-changing, game-changing plugin before you just have to learn how an EQ works and actually EQ something 2,000 times. So I think it can be valuable. I have seen it be valuable for some people, just like it's like any school. I've seen it be really valuable for some people, and I've seen it be a complete waste of money for other people. I've seen going the hard route and just doing it on their own and building skills and taking on clientele and building their studio space and doing what they're doing. I've seen that work amazingly for some people, and I've seen people drown themselves in debt to hopefully get a client because they bought a U87 AI and just and get absolutely nothing because they don't know what they're talking about and nobody actually trusts their work or their credibility. So I think it really just comes down to what environment do you feel like you learn well in, and what are you prioritizing as the direction of your career, right? People say there's lots of connections to be made, but I feel like they're just nepotism ties. And if you value that or don't value that, then that's kind of up to you. I worked in a studio, but I worked privately with this guy, largely, we had bands and stuff that would come in and small groups and artists and stuff that would come in, session trackers and stuff that would come in that we would work with. But I got no connections. I don't have Tory Lanez under my belt or some major studio credit, or we went and tracked to East West or anything like that. We just built a business, and I'm able to do it full time and do it full time privately without any label connection, any agency connection, any major industry connections. And I'm able to do it full time. So I think it's just connections are out there to be found if you're willing to make them. So I don't think the school is going to give you the connections that you're looking for if you still can't actually execute. Right. That's the thing is I know people that are Billboard charting. I know people that have Dan, we've talked about this a lot. I appreciate you, man. We've talked about this a lot. There's people that have the thing. There's people that have the thing. They have the tag that you're looking for. They have the chart, they have the Grammy, they have the thing. But they have very little of the actual business or the actual experience. It's a lot of right place, right time, stuff like that. And then I know people that are wildly talented. I mean, just genius, wildly talented that have never gotten paid more than $150 for an engineering job. You know what I mean? There's people out there that are wildly talented that they've never had that connection. They've never had it, but they built a business. They're very, very talented. They are desired in studios as session musicians, but maybe they haven't worked with Prince. You know what I mean? So anyways, there's a lot. Thank you for the heart, me, Libby. I appreciate it. It's already too late for me to. No, it's not at all. Not at all. Not at all. Not at all. It's never too late. Trust me. I guess, well, that depends on what you consider making it. I think when people say make it, they're I've made $1 million or whatever. Like, I don't know what it is to people to make it. That's very individual to you. It's never too late to make it. It just depends on what you want. If that just means making music full time, just find a way to make yourself valuable enough to the people around you that you can make $5-6 grand a month in music, and maybe you have some other small jobs to support it, right? Like there's a lot of different ways to make it for people. For me, making it in music was being able to do work in the music industry in some capacity full time, no matter what that looked like, right? And that looks like a lot of different things for me, right? Like for me, that might do session work. It might be audio engineering, like mixing and mastering. It might be full production packages. It might be consultations. It might be like production support, collaborative songwriting, stuff like that. Working to get into sync, like whatever it may be. Like I've made myself very valuable in a lot of different spaces in order to make sure that I always have some kind of work going on in the music industry, right? I would rather grind at this than anything else, right? So I've struggled through the music industry, I've fought through the music industry, and I've tried to do my best to build what I've built. And it's very, very stressful and very volatile at times. But for me, that's like making it. For me, that's like really important, and it's really, really valuable, because I would rather struggle at this and grind at this than grind at any other job. And so I have, right? So I've fought for every little piece of this that I have, right? And so as above, that's 100% viable, right? I mean, no, same. Yeah, 5K doesn't really cut it. I said that loosely. That's why I prefaced it with, 5-6 grand a month and some side hustles. Like there's times where the clients are rolling in, and there's times you're like, dude, this guy won't message me back, and he owes me $1,000. Like, it's Toronto's brutal. Toronto's not fun right now as far as like housing market goes, rental market goes, stuff like that. So that's there might be some side hustles in there. I've done them all, right? So like I've even in addition to all the music that I've done over all of these years of being in this industry and working professionally in this industry, there is 100% been so many times I'm like, man, things are tight. We got to pick up a couple other things. Right now I work in finance, polar opposite of music. Yeah. Hey, you can make it work, man. Post about that. Y'all were asking about that earlier. Post about that. We got to get into some music. Let me double check a few things here real quick. We got Dan in the, no way, we get a Dan track. No way, there's no way. We got Dan the man, the band with the plan. What is his tag again? Where's Dan? What is it? It's Dan the man, the super fan. Dan the man with the band, the super fan is in the building, and he's got a track for us to listen to. Man, I'm so excited. I love Dan's work. He's a monster musician, a monster keys player. Let's get into some music, y'all. Once again, the line is always live. Over on the other platforms. So if you want to see the line, order minimum, stuff like that, check it out on the other platforms that we're live on. We are about to dive into some music. We're about to get into some fun stuff here. Let's dive in. So let's kickstart the music. We got Dan, we got Pixelated, we got Justin in the building. If you would like to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there, and we'll get you up on the board. Let's dive in. Let me read this email really quick from Dan, and then Dan, just let me know that you're in the chat so I make sure I don't listen without you here. Let's see. Hey, Torvik needs your ears specifically on the production side of things. Please dissect the mix and master and any production issues. This has got to go out by Tuesday. Sync track with S.K Rapper. I produced the record. Let's get it. Beautiful. Dude, I'm so excited to hear your work. This is Our Town by Dan the Band. Let's get into it. Let me get this in the right folder here so it's not on my desktop. Beautiful. All right, let's dive in. Dude, I'm so excited. If y'all don't know Dan, follow Dan. Join his live. Send him gifts. Send him money. Send him flowers. I don't know. Send him stuff. This is Dan. He's a monster musician. Trust what he says. Learn from him. Amazing. Lee Miles, thanks for tapping in. I appreciate you being here. If y'all are on TikTok, keep tapping the screen. Share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your harmony. It really does help out the live stream. Let's get into it. This is Our Town. Deliberately short. This is for sync, so keep in mind there's going to be aspects of the production built out that are focused on sync, which means it's fairly specific prompting in this sense, I'm assuming. Some are created beforehand. Some are prompted based on obviously a specific scenario or commercial placement. All right, let's get into it. I like the gating.
Our town, who won it? Our town, who won it? It's our town, who won it? It's our town. Wow, look what we did to the crowd. Feel the hunger, feel the ground. hunger, feel the growls. I have finally arrived. Yeah. They say I'm unidentified. Yeah. Just a wolf in disguise. Yo. Y'all gon' make them come alive. This is my town. This is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? This is my town. This is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? It's our town. Who won it? Our town. Who won it? It's our town. Who won it? Won it. Go. Won it. Our town. Who won it? Our town. Who won it? It's our town. Who won it? Won it. Won it. Our town. Who won it? Our town. Who won it? It's our town. Who won it? Won it. Go. Won it. Our town. Who won it? Our town. Who won it? It's our town. Who won it? Won it. Won it. It's our town. Who won it?
That's killer. That's nasty. That's nasty. That's nasty. Y'all show some love to Dan, the band, the man, the super fan right here in the chat. Show some love. Just tighten up my stand. My mic's falling off here. Hold on one second. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love to Dan, the band, NYC right there in the chat. Amazing musician. Let's get into it. Let's get into it. This is, I don't know obviously what the main focus of this placement itself is, but this is like NCAA football, like kind of a vibe here already. Like I could easily like see this in like an NFL Sunday ticket, truck month style, not truck month, sports type. Yeah, 100%. Truck month I throw in there because the OGs of the life will know what that means. Yeah, sports type 100%. I'm seeing the one hand catch in the end zone. I get what's going on. So let's run it from the top. It's great for that structure. Gut reaction. For one, production structure is nasty. Love the 808 slides. Energy behind the vocal stacks, fantastic. Brass movement I think is great. Like all of the structure of this, gorgeous, beautiful. Love everything that I'm hearing. Only thing that I noticed, what's up, Jenna? Only thing that I noticed is it does feel a little bit mid-forward, especially between like 1,000, 3,000 hertz. Like there's a lot of energy right there in the middle of the mix that I feel like could probably be spread out and kind of dispersed amongst this mix. Like a little more low-mid energy, a little bit more support in the lows and low mids. And it might even just be because of the key of the 808 where that's sliding. It doesn't drop super, super low. Like the register is fairly high. So you don't get like a ton of subharmonics. You don't get a ton of weight in the mid-lows. It feels like it kind of tapers off below like 200 hertz. So I think it could be nice to take some of the energy that's sitting in the middle of the mix and kind of disperse it a little bit lower. Right now, it seems a little forward between like 1 and 3K, like a little, not necessarily like over resonant or ringing or anything like that. Just definitely forward right there between the vocal, some of the percussion and stuff like that. Yeah, you could boost some sub if you have anything attached to the either add some of the sub that is already there, or if you have anything attached to the 808 and that can be kind of inflated a little bit, give it a little bit of energy there. I think that would be super valuable. In fact, just for the sake of doing this, I'm going to drop it into Pro Tools for 2 seconds. 2 seconds. It'll be longer. Y'all know it'll be longer. I say 2 seconds. It's bullshit. All right, let me just run it. It's a cool track, man. I mean, like this is a great placement because I can see it already. As soon as I heard that, I was like, oh, I know what this is. That's great for sync. That's great for placement, man. I mean, you're the king of that, so I get it. But okay, give me a sec. It's our town. Who run it? Like, come on. What are we talking about? Let's go jumbo. And let's go da. All right, let's switch over real quick. Yep. Yeah. No, I mean, that's what, yeah, I get it. I get what it is. And that's all you can ask for. All right, we got this in Pro Tools. Let's solo it so it's not randomly playing my track in the background, which is always what happens. I'm going to throw a Pro Q on. I'm going to go basic. I think Pro Q is like the basic B EQ, but whatever. It works, man. It works. Okay. Let's toss this on here. We'll do a little bit. I mean, yeah, like you see below your peak at like 115, below the peak at 115, there's not even when the 808, we'll see when the 808 comes in, there's not a ton of information right there and a pretty decent amount of dips. You can see right here in the middle, low mid. So like, let's say 150 to like 500 hertz. There's not a ton of energy there. Even when those drums kick in, like a little bit of carving there. So it could be as simple as a little bit of saturation on the drums themselves, a little bit of EQing, just like tasteful EQing. What's up, retrack? Thank you for the heart me. Tasteful EQing to kind of energize those. But let's see when everything, I want to hear the brass and the 808s when they cut in. I'm not gonna touch anything for a sec.
On town, who won it? On town, who won it?
Is it limiting the reposts on the live again? I don't, dude. TikTok has been goofy. It's been goofy lately, and I don't know why. I'm not sure why. All right.
On town, who won it? On town, who won it? It's our town, who won it? It's our town. Wow, look what we did to the crowd. Feel the
I also think is that filtered. So you move from these big cinematic, like drumline drums, right? Very, very cinematic, very, very open to like a filtered kick right here. That's all kind of squished down, right? It's filtered top and bottom. That kick also jumps really mid heavy. I don't mind that. I think it's good because it opens up after that. So you get this huge dynamic range, right? You go from the filter and then those other drums come in. It sounds massive. But even that filter, I think it's because like the vocals are a bit mid forward. Again, you can see here a little bit of a peak around 1500. Like this little pocket right here is a little bit forward and then missing some information down here. I'll soften it a little bit so we can kind of see what it feels like. But I think that vocal's a little bit forward. And then that kick, since it's been filtered in, you're getting some peaks right around that like 1000 hertz, 2000 hertz range too. That's creating, I think, a little bit of that extra energy in there where you're getting a lot of that body.
our town, who won it?
All right, let's go in here.
It's our town, who won it? It's our town. Wow, look what we did to the crowd. Feel the hunger, feel the growls. Feel the hunger, feel the growls. I have finally arrived. Yeah, they say I'm unidentified.
See that 808's in? And underneath, like here, right? Underneath like 120 hertz, there's still not a lot of energy, right? I'm gonna push it forward a little bit. So there's your peak, right? Duh, 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 duh. Like right in here, like 120, 125 hertz. Below that, there's not, I think just it's the register, right? So I would have a sub. I would have a sub under there because it could use that weight. It could use a little bit of that weight because that's where it will start to sound a little bit thinner and a little bit tinny. I literally think it's just some of the EQing, but I think it's largely just because the register of the 808 is like an octave below. You'd start to granulize a little bit. You know what I mean? If you drop an octave on the 808, you're going to start to get, it's going to start to break up a little bit. But the octave that it's at doesn't have a ton of low end information or a ton of support. So I think a sub underneath there, if there is one, you could push it up a couple dB or inflate that in the 808 itself. You should, yeah. I mean, if you're losing headroom, that's where maybe having bring in a little bit more subharmonics and then soft clip a little bit to maybe make up for it. Like if you get like 15-20% soft clip on the master in order to give you a little bit more like perceived loudness and headroom, while still getting in a little bit more of that presence on the bottom, you might just want to switch the energy there just a little bit to make some room there.
I have finally arrived. Yeah, they say I'm unidentified. Yeah, just a wolf in disguise. Yo, y'all gonna make them come up. This is my town. This is my city.
Just to exaggerate it, I have like 40, like 30 to 50 hertz cranked 9 dB, and you can't tell. So that just tells me there's no information there, right? Like there's like, not that you need a lot of the 30 to 50, but like a lot of this low range right here, if I can crank it 8 dB and there's barely a sonic difference, then there's not a lot of information that's presenting itself in the low end. So I'm doing this more as a test than it is necessarily that it's going to sound better when you do it. That's where I think having a sub in there and giving it a little bit of punch, a little bit of, add in a sub and then saturate it a little bit so you can help shave some of the peak. I think that would definitely help out the mix.
My town, this is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? This is my town. This is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? Our town, who won it? Our town, who won it? It's our town, who won it?
Man, the 808's nasty, sir. It's nasty.
In the skies, yo, y'all gonna make them come up. This is my town. This is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? This is my town. This is my city.
I'm gonna A and B here a little bit. So, like I was saying, 1,000 to 3,000 hertz. I'm literally right at like 2,100 hertz, right? This little bell curve that we have right here, dude. Of course, man. At like 2,100, 2,200 hertz, about 2,100 here. Bell curve spanning about 1,000 to 3,000 hertz, like we were talking about earlier. I have this down, exaggerated again, a bit exaggerated to kind of showcase. I have it down. Let's go about 3.5 dB or so right now. I'll A and B it, and you'll just hear like the vocal kind of slice a little bit more in a way that I feel like isn't the most beneficial once I bypass it. So it's like, I think some of this range of 1,000 to 3,000 hertz is like a little bit resonant. You're getting a little bit of ringing. It's a little bit mid forward. I think you could probably around 2,000 hertz on the vocals specifically. around 2000 hertz, soft little bell curve right there. You could soften that just lightly, and maybe even I'm going to try even like increasing a little bit more here, mid to low mid. Let's say I don't want it to be boxy, but I think we can introduce a little bit more energy here around like 400 hertz to like just so it's not like thin and tinny and mid forward, but it's like balanced and warm and vibrant, has a really, really big sound to it.
In the skies, yo, y'all gonna make them come alive. This is my town, this is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? This is my town, this is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? Our town, who won it? Our town, who won it?
Bypass.
It's our town, who won it? Won it, yo, won it.
Back.
Our town, who won it? Our town, who won it? It's our town, who won it? Won it, won it.
So dope.
Our town, who won it?
It's a like night and day difference. And again, this is a muddy master. What's up, Retrack? Good to see you, man. Thank you for the heartbeat as well. I'm doing this on the master. Never do that, right? But like, it's a night and day difference in energy. Although this needs to happen individually, right? Like, I would never boost 8 dB on the low end of your master. Don't ever do that. I would never dip all of your your high mids and whatever out of your vocal on the master. But obviously, what this is showing, I think, is that there's a slight imbalance in EQ on the vocals themselves, because that's where I would, hey, never say never say never, like, do what works. Do what works. I personally would never, unless I don't know, unless the shit just happened and it worked. But it's not always ideal, because what's happening here is like, now like the low end of the drums sounds a little bit muddy. Now you're pulling all of this energy out of your snares and claps and stuff like that on the high end where the vocal's sitting. So ideally, feel free to drop this curve right here on the master. But on the vocal, I would create a little bit of that dip at 2K-ish between that like bass, bring in the sub just a little bit, clip as necessary. And then maybe on the vocal, some of these strings, like I'm out of the strings and the brass and the vocal, I'm feeling some benefit in warming up those lower mids, between 400 and 600 hertz. I think it makes the vocal sound worse, but I do think it helps with some of those background instruments. They kind of come to life a little bit. And when I bypass and I go back and forth, it gets really, really thin, right? Like when we go back to the original, everything kind of shrinks in like this a little bit, and this kind of helps spread out the energy. Again, I'm like softening some of these high mids and kind of just redispersing some of this softening right here, redispersing it back towards some of the lower frequencies, and that feels like it opens it up just a little bit.
In the skies, yo, won it. Our town, who won
Bypass.
it? Our town, who won it? It's our town, who won it?
Back.
Won it, won it. Our town, who won it? Our town, who won it?
Bypass.
Our
Original.
town, who won it? Won it, yo, won it.
Back.
Our town, who won it?
Again, that's muddy, but the idea I think still kind of holds the same weight there. Okay, let me switch back here and let me get to the. I'll just play through the original now. But that kind of shows me where some of those little movements, right? Like, again, a little over muddy in the low end because we're affecting everything on the master, but I still think it's like I'm feeling the energy of the track a little bit more. It's not just sounding slicey and punchy. I'm like feeling the weight of these like cinematic drums and these brass stabs in the background. It just kind of wakes it up a little bit, right? Just cutting a couple things here and boosting a little bit of those mid lows. Just kind of wake, and a little bit of sub, right? Wakes it up a little bit. Okay, let me move forward. I'll just play it from the file right here now. Yeah, dude, killer track. I mean, to me, this is literally an EQ thing. This is 15 minutes of EQs, some referencing, and you're golden, dude. This is, you should have no issue getting this out. The track itself is disgusting. I love it. I love everything about it. It's super, super powerful.
Won it, won it, won it. Our town, who won it?
The distortion on the 808 is so nice, man. It is gritty. It's got so much energy. It is absolutely killer.
Who won it? It's our town, who won it? Won it, yo, won it. Our town, who won it? Our town, who won it? It's our town, who won it? Won it, won it. It's our town, who won it?
Back it up. I'm back up.
Our town, who won it?
I'm gonna get the build up here real quick.
Our town, who won it?
Yeah. This is sync.
It's our town, who won it? It's our town. Wow, look what we did to the crowd. Feel the hunger, feel the growls. Feel the hunger, feel the
Anyway,
growls.
cooker, sign me up.
I have finally arrived. Yeah, they say I'm unidentified. Yeah, just a wolf in the skies. Yo, y'all gonna make them come alive. This is my town, this is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? This is my town, this is my city. I don't back down. Who I got with me? Our town, who won it?
Yeah.
town, who want it, go, want it.
You do a great job of really, really polishing your energy on this. Like it's every step has a little bit more. Like this feels like it should be like the climax of the production as far as dynamics go and energy goes, and it just grows and pushes and grows and pushes. Like it just, you keep adding energy and you do it in a way where you're still maintaining a lot of great clarity. That's one thing you've accomplished here that's really impressive, is you have a ton. I mean, these are weighty chorused 808s, distorted chorused 808s. You've got massive strings, brass, vocal doubles. You got all of these things going on. And even like we can polish some EQ stuff, it's so easy. You have great clarity, like great distinction. I can still hear the strings. I can still hear the brass. I can still distinguish drums and bass. You still get great separation even through all of this like wall of sound that you have here. Killer, man. So good.
On town, who want it? On town, who want it? On town, who want
Next
it?
level.
Want it, want it. On town, who want it? On town, who want it? On town, who want it? Want it, go, want it. On town, who want it? On town, who want it? On town, who want it? Want it, want it. It's on town, who want it?
Killer. Absolutely killer. Man, y'all show some love to Dan, the man, the band, the super fan right here in the chat. Dan, the band, NYC. Show some love. Make sure that you follow this genius musician right here. He's absolutely incredible. He goes live talking about the business. Go show some love to him. Show some support. Make sure that you follow, listen to his music, follow his journey. That's the family right there. Dan, appreciate you so much, man. It's an honor to actually be able to hear and break down and dissect your music just here in this format as well, man. Just appreciate and respect you so much, man. Thank you for joining. Thank you for sending in this track as well, man. I can't wait to see this in the NFL commercial or whatever it's going to end up being, man. It's really, really killer. Absolutely. Kronus, thank you for the follow. Anytime, Dan. We'll be here, man. I appreciate you a lot. Exactly pixelated. So true. It's made for it, man. And this is this kind of stuff that actually does get placed with formats like that. Show some love, man. Yep, Gatorade. I can already see it. That is a sign. That is a sign of a good placement, of a good track made for placement. Is like as soon as this track started playing, I was like, oh, I get it. You know what I mean? Like when it's just it's still your own sound, it's still your format, it's still creative enough to live in your space, but you're like, I get it. I know what this is, right? That's what you want. Like what you want for sync. Dan knows this far better than me. I'm a dabbler in that world, and I'm with a couple little small library, like whatever. I'm not the sync guy, right? Dan knows that world better than most. But like what you're not looking for is like the most crazy, creative, weird decision. Like you're not like becoming an artist through the sync, right? Like you are filling a void that is needed to be filled in order to attach the sonics to the visual. And the better you are able to do that, the more that they can see and hear your music placing well, the more it's going to line up and you're going to go and you're going to get paid for it, right? And this is that. This is that. It's like as soon as you as soon as you hear it. Yeah, exactly. It's a rarity, right? Not very many people are hearing like the transition song in like a really tense scene in the background of Love Is Blind and being like, oh my God, who is that artist? When they're like, she broke my heart, like no one's doing that, right? So like it's very rare that there's like a breakthrough sync track. Usually the opposite is happening, where you have breakthrough artists that then get paid a shit ton of money to then get placed in sync. So you're randomly going to hear like Billie Eilish in the background of a song or a background of a show or something like that. It's very rare that it happens the other way around. Greatest band of all time is Imagine Dragons for sync. Yeah, I mean, man, because their stylistic like aesthetic has just been like the sound of like sync music for like, for years, man, to be honest with you, especially in like the alternative pop space / rock space. Didn't Lizzo get popular the way? Maybe. I'm actually not positive. I don't know a whole lot about Lizzo's journey, to be honest with you. Man, show some up to Dan. Let's keep it moving. We've got Pixelated in the building. A quick reminder, y'all, if you do want to submit, I do think that TikTok throttled us because it's not letting shares, apparently. Y'all can let me know if it is allowing it now. I guess it started throttling the live for some unknown reason. No, it is sharing. Okay, well, it says, or is it not repost? I don't know. Libby said it wasn't letting her. Sometimes it just has weird limitations. I don't know why. But anyways, that's besides the point. Y'all keep tapping the screen, keep sharing out the live, and we'll just keep going with the music as we have it here. Once again, if you would like to submit for a consultation, just like we're getting right here, it lets you retrack. Okay, beautiful. Okay, Keep saying couldn't repost, but I can share direct. I don't know why it does it. It does. I've been getting like restrictions and like a bunch of stuff the last couple lives. I think it's like weird glitchy algorithmic things that happen when they're like updating the app or they're redoing some of their algorithm, which I know they're like rebuilding since they purchased it right now. I don't know why. It just happens every once in a while. But anyways, we'll keep running with it. If y'all do want to submit, anybody here who wants to submit your music for a consultation, just like we're doing here, just like we just did with Dan, which again was a little bit hyper focused. It's the same for any artist that comes in here. We're gonna hone in on the thing that you are working on, the pain points that you have within your music, and hopefully offer you some actionable feedback and some tools to polish what you're doing. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there, and we'll get you up on the board. We got Pixelated Memory right here in the chat. It has been a while. My son recently found out I make music as a hobby and wanted to make a song with me. He is 5. I told him to pick a song, and he immediately picked his current favorite ride from Disney World. I wasn't planning on releasing it, but he wanted me to. I need a professional opinion. Do I know you under a different name than maybe Pixelated? Is this a different artist name or a different band name? Just because I see so many names, but I want to connect it to like maybe somebody that I remember from more, because you said it's been a while, so I'm assuming you've been here before. 80K. Oh yeah. Of course. Okay, I was like, there's got to be a different name because I'm not recognizing Pixelated, but I do recognize 80K. Let's get into it, man. This is 99 Happy Haunts. Let's go. I'm excited, man. Any other contextual details that you want me to have, drop it in the chat. Let me know what we're listening to. As far as your role that you played in building this, I know that changes for people over time as well. So let me know your role in creating this track as far as production mix, all those details, and we'll dive into it. Let me see. 99 Happy Haunts. Let's go. Let me see. Okay, let's get into it. Sorry, I was downloading. Perfect. Nice. I love that, man. I love that.
When hinges creak in doorless chambers, and strange and frightening sounds echo through the halls, whenever candlelights flicker, where the air is deathly still, that is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight.
Nice. Love that basin.
Welcome, foolish mortals, to the haunted mansion.
I like that bass a lot. What's up, Sanko Music? Good to see you, man. Yeah, it's wild. It's a wild ride, man. Yeah, definitely. Nice. That's cool, man. Super interesting structure.
Back, hurry back.
It's creepy as hell.
Be sure to bring your death certificate.
Hell yeah. Yo, show some love. Show some love to the family. That's Pixelated Memory right here in the chat. That is called 99 Happy Haunts. Or maybe it's just Happy Haunts. The 99 might just be like a file number. I don't know. But what I have here is 99 Happy Haunts. Show some love and support. Make sure that you're following Pixelated. Let's get into it. Let's dive into some details here, and let's get into this breakdown here. So, a couple gut reactions. For one, I love your production structure. It's interesting. It's quirky. It like reminds me of like a Halloween movie from like the 80s or something. You know what I mean? Like it's like quirky and it's weird and there's twists and turns and it's dissonant and it's nasty sounding. I like it. I like it a lot. There's so many things about the feeling of it that feels very like nostalgic. So I love so much about that. From balance, you're talking about balance and stuff like that. From a balancing standpoint, this synth bass that you have right there, it's a play the dialogue from the ride. That's so cool. I love that you did that. That's super creative. That's super interesting. A couple quick things. I have first. I actually have a question. How much of a centerpiece of this production do you want that dialogue to be? Let me know that, because that will, to me, will kind of like determine how much of the rebalancing here we really need to do. Reminded me of Nightmare Before Christmas, even though I've never seen it. I've seen clips of it, and I would agree. Like, how much do you want that to have its space and to have its clarity in the mix? Just because that kind of determines. The title is a play on the ride dialogue. Okay, yeah. Okay, got you. Makes sense. Hold on, let me get this out of my DAW really quick while I'm waiting for that answer. Vocalist from the original song? Love it. Yeah, let me know how much of... There's my piano, and we're back. Rock, welcome in. A minor with added seventh, beautiful. Yeah, how much of that vocal and a lot of the stuff in the background do you want to be, a focal point in the structure of the song? Because that's to me is one of the biggest questions of this track and what you do with it is how you place that, what you need to carve space for in order for that to be, positioned well in the mix, so on and so on. Are we waiting in line to get our music listened to? Yeah, there is a line of people, not super long right now. It's fairly open. So if anybody wants to submit their music, these are 30-minute consultations. They're long form, they're detailed, 20 to 30 minutes long. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and all of the details are there. We're going to listen to your track, your production, your song, whatever it is, usually 2 or 3 different times to really get into the details of it. And that's the format of the stream here. But yeah, let me know. I feel like that's the part that's going to pull people in. So decent. Okay, perfect. That's the answer that I'm looking for. Let's run it from the top and let's get into a couple things. Okay, first thing, excuse me, before we dive back into the track here, we'll definitely dive into that because I agree with what you're saying. And I don't know if that's represented in the mix. So we need to make sure that there's space for that. Step number one is that bass. You have this big sawtooth stack bass, in the bottom end right here. Moves around a lot. It pulls focus a lot. I love the way that it sounds. I love what it's doing. It to me is just probably like 4 dB too loud. It's doing a lot of movement, a lot of progression kind of direction here, and pointing things in different directions. I love what it's doing. I just think it's too loud compared to everything else. So when it's there, completely takes over the mix. Now it does make it feel very heavy and very vibrant, but I do think it's just too much to where when that is in, it is all that your brain can process, right? It's loud, it's heavy, it's got a lot of sub to it. So I love it. We probably just need to pull it down by just a little bit. You could maybe also benefit, I don't know if you already have some on that particular track, but you could probably also benefit from a little bit of like tasteful compression on that bass. That might help kind of keep it under control as it moves through its register. Like sometimes you'll like move up higher in the scale, and it'll resonate a little bit more on certain notes. Like once you hit the A an octave up, you hear it kind of slice through the mix a little bit more. Another thing that you can do, depending on the synth that you're using, if there's controls for keyboard control, that can be helpful as well. If you turn off keyboard control, depending on the plugin that you're using, as you go farther up the key bed and farther up the scale, it doesn't maintain its brightness. It'll start to filter out lightly. That can be helpful as well. Same thing, like I'll do that all the time with like the Juno or like the Poly D behind me, where if I don't want like my bass lines to pierce through the mix when I move higher up the scale, I can turn off certain levels of keyboard control. It's a synth from Serum. You should be able to. I don't have Serum, so I'm not super familiar with it, but I know it's a very, very in-depth plugin for synthesis. So I would assume there is some keyboard control on there. It might be a fader. It might be like a fader on there that you can like click and drag around in order to determine how much keyboard control there is. So how much brightness is like re-triggered and reintroduced the farther up that you go in the scale and in the keyboard. That would be something I would look at. That way you have a really heavy plucky bass at the bottom, but as you move higher, it doesn't keep slicing through the mix and interrupting everything that you're doing. Keyboard control can be a great way for you to kind of mitigate that and have it soften as it moves into the range of the vocal. It'll help mitigate some of that slice. That's a great way to do that. Okay, so but the other is just that it's very loud, right? So we can just turn it down by a few dB. All right, let's play it from the top. Let's dive into a couple details, but that to me is like one of the biggest ones, that bass right there, and then space for the vocals. Nice little intro there.
When hinges creak in doorless chambers.
So like vocal comes in, I'm kind of grabbed for a second. As soon as strings enter the mix, that vocal feels like it dives 3-4 dB, right? Just because there's a lot operating in that space. I'm going to keep it playing.
And strange and frightening sounds echo through the halls. Whenever candlelights flicker, where the air is deathly still, that is the time when ghosts are present, practicing their terror with ghoulish delight.
Is the bass and the chords two separate tracks right there? That are those two different things? Is one just doing the bass notes? Okay, perfect. Top end, I think might be okay. You might need to come down a little bit. If you have a little bit of headroom, you might be able to push that vocal forward by, let's say 2 dB. I don't want to create too much of an imbalance here. You could push that vocal forward by, let's say about 2 dB or so. High synth, you might be okay with where it's at. You could play around with dropping it, kind of replacing the energy a little bit by a dB or two. I still want it to be very, very impactful, and it will be. It's a bright, slicey, saw stack. It's gonna cut through. There's so much energy behind it. But you could play around with coming back a little bit on that. On the low end where that big bass is, that's where we need to probably come back. Start with like 2 or 3 dB. See if that doesn't give you a little bit of a better balance. This will like help flatten your mix so that it works on every system. Right now, it might work really well in what you're listening to, but if it goes through a system where it can handle a lot more of that low end energy, that bass is just gonna take over absolutely everything, right? So make sure that bass is rebalanced rebalanced a little bit. Like I said, tasteful, keyboard control, tasteful compression, just to knock off that top 2 or 3 dB to help control it as you move through the range, and or dropping it back by about 2 or 3 dB as a starting point, and see if you can't slightly rebalance the mix there again by making what is a PowerPoint. Thank you for the heart me. The PowerPoint of this mix still there, but not take over, and the focal point, late night lives today. TikTok's algorithm's been cheeks. I don't know what's going on, but anyways, we're going to keep pushing ahead, even though it's like dead quiet in here. Anyways, and then the focal point being where the vocal is, that has a little bit more clarity to push forward, maybe 2 dB or so. That rebalance alone right there, I think will open up this mix a little bit more, make it feel a little bit more vibrant. But that's where I would start. Start with rebalancing the bass, high synth, and that vocal. Get the vocal forward, and then I'll do one more tip as we get into it here really quick. But I like so much of what I'm hearing here. It's a little bit imbalanced. It's a little bit imbalanced, but that's not too hard of a fix. Yeah. Yeah, so what you just hear now is that in the middle of that mix, that there's no room for that vocal to exist. It's there, but I kind of just hear, that sounds crazy. But, I'm just hearing that there is a vocal there, but nothing that actually like allows it to kind of sit forward in the mix. So that's kind of the little pocket that I'm interested in. The next thing I'll talk to you about is carving some space for it. But that's the pocket that I'm looking at right there. The vocal is there, but it's definitely being kind of washed out by the rest of the production structure there. And real quick, y'all, make sure y'all every once in a while tap the screen. Every once in a while, make sure you tap the screen, like the live, send your heart me if you haven't already. That will definitely help wake up the TikTok algorithm a little bit. It has been flagging me the last couple lives for inactivity. In fact, it already has today. It has already said we noticed that things are inactive. And so then it starts limiting things and then never sends it to anyone. So do me a huge favor, just every 10 seconds, just tap the screen a couple times if you wouldn't mind. So right now, it's all that bass. That bass can come back under control. You'll already have a better balance. Okay, last thing really here. I mean, again, this is interesting. It's weird. It's quirky. I like a lot of what you're doing. The last thing that I feel like you just need, as far as outside of just like processing those vocals the way that you want them to be in the mix, is just creating space for it, right? When you're dealing with synthesis, guitars, pads, strings, whatever it may be, those all sit in a very similar frequency profile to those vocals, to any vocal really, but to those vocals, right? So some of what can be really helpful is to have an aux that you send all of your instrumentation to, or a bus that you send all of your instrumentation to, and you do some strategic EQing over there to carve space for the vocal. If you want the simple way, the simplest way would just be to take a curve, a bell curve, where the fundamental of that vocal lies. Most often, this can vary depending on vocal, depending on range and register, but it's going to be probably about 600 hertz to about 1200 hertz, kind of right in that pocket right there. And then carve a little bit of a space on that instrument aux for that vocal to sit right there. If you don't have mid side, then I would make that space a little bit smaller, maybe 800 to 1200 hertz or something, 800 to 1200 hertz, 2 to 3 dB dip, just so that vocal can sit in a pocket, and then you raise the level a little bit on the vocal, control the bass, control the high, synth right there, and you have a better balance already. If you have mid side, most of these vocals, there's some stereo, but most of these vocals lie in mono, so they sit right down the middle of the mix, including some of the harmonies with them as well, or some of the background layers of them. They sit right in the middle of the mix. So if you carve EQ space just out of the center in mid, you can create a lot of space for the vocal without affecting like this full stereo image, right? So if you have a mid-side processor, I would send all of your instrumentation, maybe including drums, or you can separate them out in maybe two different buses and process them differently if you'd like to. But send them all over to a bus, have a mid-side processor, a mid-side EQ over there. And on your middle channel between 600 and 1200 hertz, you carve out maybe 2-3 dB for a little pocket for that middle channel vocal to sit in. And if you want to regain some of that frequency profile back into the mix, you can always add it back in stereo. So it's going to kind of wrap around the vocal, surround it, and give it a really like vibrant, energetic, wide mix, right? So if you pull 600 to 1200 out of the middle, if you feel like it, if you feel like it's necessary, you can add 600 to 1200 hertz back inside, right? And that'll give you that kind of wrapped around, really wide feel, while still maintaining some clarity for that center channel where the vocal is going to sit. That right there, those couple little pockets right there, to me, dramatically wakes up this mix. right? Better balance for your bass and your low synths, better clarity and support for the vocal, better spacing for the vocal right there, better control at the top end. That to me wakes this up like crazy. That transforms, because right now I'm barely getting the vocal in there. There's no space for it. And all I'm hearing is bass. So even just rebalancing those like 2 or 3 elements dramatically changes the way that you experience this production. All right, let me get into the last section really quick, and then we'll move on. Really quick, Justin, just make sure that you're here. Hop in the chat really quick, just to let me know that you're here, and then we'll keep it moving. It could be beneficial too on some of these lower parts right here, like in the background where the vocal's very filtered out. Some of that might be intentional processing. You can let me know. You might still want to open it up on the top end a little bit. It's so filtered down and so isolated that when those strings, when those strings come into the background, they completely drown out everything, because you're only getting like 1,000 hertz and below, right? It's like super filtered out. It's really, really dark and warbly. Some of that's great and moody and vibey, and then some of that you're like missing. You're missing just some of the vocal right there, and you don't get any clarity or separation from it. So you might want to like open up the top of that vocal just a little bit as well, to just kind of bring it back to life. Give it a little bit of punch, a little bit of openness, so that you can regain a little bit of that separation from that vocal, so it's not drowned out underneath the other production. Because your strings are beautiful. Some of these progressions are really, really interesting. I like a lot of your synthesis in here. But that to me, Kronus, did you submit and did you send 10? If that's you, then I got you. That's the only, all I have is the name Justin on here. So that's on the submission that I got. So that's the one that I have on here. If that's you, then we're talking about, if it's not you, then we might be talking about someone else. Okay. Let me run this outro really quick. Okay, I got you. Sorry. Oh, the only thing I had on the email that popped in was Justin. On at least the little title or whatever. So like right there, I would love for that to be a moment where we do experience that vocal sample with a little bit more clarity, right? Because like you said, it's a focal point of the song. It's kind of the identifier of the sample, right? So I do think it would be beneficial to have a little bit more of that prominence and the openness, right? So I think that would be a good pocket for you to fill out. And the strings could probably come down 2 or 3 dB as well, right? I think the biggest thing for me is rebalancing and then separation through EQ. Those 2 things for me are the name of the game right here. I like the piano where it sits. I like what the vocals are doing. I like the sampling that you have throughout this whole thing. Love the progression. Love your sound design. It's weird. It's dark. It's moody. I like it a lot, right? Like so many people have talked about like Halloween kind of feels like, and that's right in line, right? That makes a whole lot of sense. So for me, it's just making sure that your synths are in balance, right? There's slight change in amplitude and balancing right there. EQ space for the vocal, whether through mid-side or just through standard EQ, or whatever you have the capacity for and like tools for. Mid-side would be the way that you'll be able to create the most separation while maintaining that frequency profile. And then just slight rebalancing on your strings and stuff as well.
Hurry back, hurry back.
This is cool, man. I love it. And I love that so many of these decisions were made by your kid as well, man. That's amazing. Y'all show some love to Pixelated Memory. Show some love, show some love, show some love. That is Pixelated Memory right here in the chat. Appreciate you, man. Love your creativity. Love just the quirkiness of the music too, man. It is so interesting. It's really engaging. I could see this doing really well in content as well. Like this is a good content music as well. I feel like you could build some really cool edits and really cool content surrounding some of the sound design that you're using. That would be fascinating. Even stuff from like the ride. I don't even know. Like you could, tag, Disney and stuff in it too and see what happens. But there's a lot of different things that you could do with music like this. And I also just love the way that it came about as well, man. I will let my co-producer know. Beautiful, man. I love it. I love it so much. All of y'all show some love to Pixelated Memory. Make sure that you're following the family. Show them some love and support. Let's keep the music going. Really quick for anyone who's just coming in, I might do Kronus, if you don't mind, I might do a quick, I'm getting some limitations on TikTok right now. I'm going to try to bypass that. I'm going to do a quick little reset. This is going to take 20 seconds. 20 seconds. I'm going to end the live and restart the live. And then we'll kick straight into Kronus's track. if you don't mind. So just make sure, if you're not already, make sure that you're following. We're gonna reset the live because there should not be 4 people in here. It's ridiculous. But it's already told me a couple times that it's giving me some throttling. So I'm gonna reset really quick, and hopefully that bypasses that and get back. Sometimes it does. So come back in quite literally 20 seconds. Cool. We cool, and then we'll be right back into it because I wanted to get to a couple more songs tonight, but TikTok's not having it. Okay, so give me 20 seconds. We're gonna restart the live, and then we'll be right back to the music. Kronus, I got you right here, ready to go. You're going to kick us off as soon as I see just the live kind of kick off again, and I see your name back in here. I'll get you pulled. I'll get it downloaded while we're off too. I see Spotify. You're ready to go. Okay. I'll be back in 20 seconds, y'all. 20 seconds. All right. We'll see y'all. And we're still live on the other platform. So if you're on the red app or purple app, we're still up and running over there. All right. Peace. All right, we're still up on purple and red. Twitch and YouTube, I can actually say it right now. We'll give it about 15 more seconds. And then we're going to open it up. All right. Let's kick it off. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. All right, y'all. We're back. Welcome in, y'all. Welcome in. Patchy, welcome in. Estrelita, thank you so much for hopping in. Vaughn, I appreciate you joining the stream. Welcome in, y'all. El Primo, welcome in. Kronus is in the building. What's up, Kronus? Welcome back in. If y'all are coming in on TikTok, make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. We're going to dive into some music here in just a few moments. We're going to hit a reset here. We're restarting some things, so make sure y'all are tapping the screen. Kronus, thank you for the likes. I appreciate you. I'm getting your Spotify pulled up. Right now, we're about to dive into some music. Princess, welcome in as well. Fat Climbing Dad, nice name. Welcome in. Pianos, welcome in as well. Will, thank you for joining the stream. I appreciate y'all being here. Marshall's in the building. What's up? We got the family in here. Thank you for the heart me. Good to see y'all. Once again, if y'all are over on TikTok, tap the screen, share out the live. Dude, absolutely. Yeah, we just hit a quick reset, so we're back to 0 right now. We're waking up the live stream again. TikTok's been a little funky today, so we're trying to work through whatever's going on with it. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen, stay active, join the chat, talk with the community, ask questions, all that fun stuff. And we're gonna get into some consultations here. If anybody would like to submit, Senko, it's so good to see you, man. I hope you're doing amazing. I hope life is treating you all right. Maximo, welcome in. Okay, let's get into it. Okay, good. So I guess it did work. So make sure y'all are tapping the screen, share out the live, repost. It really does help out. Send to your heart me. It really does help out the live stream. Let's go, Senko. I'm ready, man. I'm ready. I'm running this first track. I voice welcome in. I'm running this first track, and then Senko, send me what you got, man. I'm excited. So I had this one before the reset, and then we'll dive in. Greetings to you as well. I appreciate y'all being here. Let's get straight into some music. If anybody would like to submit, anybody in here at all on any of the platforms that we're live on, would like to submit for a consultation, which is what we're doing here. Go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details there. These are 20 to 30 minute consultations. These are deep dives into your mix, production, sound design, lyric, and song structure. We're going to listen to your track 2 to 3 different times. We're going to dive into the details. We're going to get into the production structure. We're going to get into the nuances of what you're doing creatively and practically. If that is is that something that would benefit you, if that's something that would be valuable for you, feel free to stick around, hang out for a second. We're gonna dive into hopefully a few more tracks here. This is Good Luck by Kronus. Kronus, give me all of the details. I don't think I saw anything else in here. Songwriter composer. This is Kronus. Songwriter composer. First major single, features vocalist Gonzalo Viviani and producer Joaco Tevez. Let's get into it, man. I'm so excited. Any details that you have, any other context you want me to have, let me know. As far as the structure, the role that you play in the track, so on and so on. Let's get into it, man. I'm so excited. This is, no, stop playing on web. Let's go right here. This is Good Luck by Kronus. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited, man.
Line me up so you can have fun tonight. Strung out of your mind without control. Pathetic and weak, broken and bored. I hope you'll find what you're looking for.
Who engineered this? Kronus. Nice, nice. That's a nice mix. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. Go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all the details. We'll get you up there. The line is on the other platforms that we're live on. You can find those at my link as well. I got you. I got you. I got you. I'll take on a couple more songs tonight.
Why you gotta play with me like that? I told you I'm tired of looking back. And I'm washing my ass clean from all your dirty little lies.
Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it.
You're the devil in disguise.
I am Kaden. Late night live today. Great vocal structure here. It's a good mix. Great balance. Dang. Oh yeah, I remember you saying you were just moving. I hope it went well, man. Moving can be crazy. Moving can be crazy. Halftime. 40 Keys, welcome in. Woo! What's up, Kate? Welcome in. So you wrote all of this, Kronus, right? Yeah, it's brutal, Kaden. It's crazy, man. Crazy. Good gating. Y'all show some love, show some love, show some love. Gray's Graveyard, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Mostly the producer, Joaco played a role in the structure of the song, so I have to give him his flowers. Yeah, 100%. Dude, this is amazing. Really, really well done. Y'all show some love to Kronus. That is Good Luck by Kronus. And this song came out last year. Incredibly well structured, great musicianship, a really nice balance to the mix as well. Nothing harsh, nothing abrasive. Everything fits really beautiful. Great separation and distinction. I love a lot of what I'm hearing here. This is Good Luck by Kronus, and it is out on all platforms. So if you like what you hear, go stream it, go add it to your playlist, go follow on there, go like the track, go, did I miss anything? Yeah, just go run it, go run up the numbers, go stream it, go show them some love and support, man. I'm excited about this track for you. Let's get into some details. Let's dive into some details here, and we'll wake it up here. I'm excited, man. Great record. Thank you all so much for tapping in. I see some of y'all requesting here in the chat. You don't request here in the chat. If anybody at all on any of the platforms that we're live on would like to submit, if you're on TikTok, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details here. We'll give you a full 20 to 30 minute consultation on the structure of your song. We're going to get super in depth on the details of what you're doing. We're going to go through your track, your production, your song, whatever it may be, 2 or 3 times to really get into those nuances. If you are on the purple app, type exclamation point submit in the chat. If you're on the red app, you can go to the description for the live stream. But if you're over on TikTok and you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through it and follow the details. You won't send it here in the chat. Okay. Let's get back into this track. This is Kronus. This is Good Luck. Let's dive into it, man. This is really well done, though. This feels very polished and very well supported by the production, man. This is great. Let's run it. Welcome in, Addy. Good to see you. It's a beautiful double track. I mean, the gating is super sharp, and it's really, I mean, it slices and it cuts in a way that's very like transient, very responsive. It feels very smooth at the end. Gated beautifully, but that double track is tight. It's super tight. That sounds beautiful. Absolutely, King. Music that you made or connected to. So we got people that come in that are engineers, they're producers, they're artists, they're vocalists, they're songwriters, they're session musicians, all the way across the board. So if it's a song that you made, it's all yours. A song that you worked on, a song that you're connected to, or a person that you represent, whether you're an agent, you're whatever it may be. You're a manager, and there's some people that you're trying to put on, you're trying to get tools, and you're getting some, try to get some advice for them as well. That's kind of what the format of this whole live stream is. Others said that it needs a wider sound. Let me see. I have one intuition. Benjamin, thank you for the follow. I have one intuition, and it might be the thing that they're hearing, but I don't know if it's just needs a wider sound. That to me is very general. What needs a wider profile? What needs a wider? I can't talk. Jesus. What needs a wider sound is really determined by what individual element needs that width. And that to me, I have one thing that I'm kind of thinking of before you were saying that. So I'll see if that resonates at all on the guitar side. I'm doing pretty good. How are you? It's a great double track. Okay, thank you for the chili. I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem, King. We could people that send stuff in, like, I mean, excuse me, my whole thing with people that are coming in here is like, how can I be of service to you? How can I help you? How can I give you tools? How can I make sure that I am actually building out a structure for you? Thank you for the heart me. That is helpful for you. So people do come in with AI every once in a while, and my job and my goal is just to point you in the right direction of how I can help you improve on the structure of your music, sound design choices, help improve. Thank you for the follow. Help you improve in your songwriting, your structure, because that to me is always the pain point. Songwriting, structure, formatting, stuff like that is incredibly challenging. Is one of the biggest pain points for people that are doing that, and or pointing you in the direction of facilitating getting people to build the structure with real instrumentation as well, so that you can get publishing support, sync support, streaming royalty support, stuff like that, right? There's a lot of nuances to it. But yeah, I've no specific issue with that. If anybody would like to send music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow the details there. We'll get you up there. You can check the line on the other platforms that we're live on, but right now we hit a reset and I've cleared the line, so things are pretty fresh. All right, let me see. Back up right here. Okay, yeah, we're talking about guitars. Austin, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Okay, yeah, I was going back through the chat, make sure I'm getting everything here. Got you, Senko. Appreciate you, man. Yeah, I'm not too worried about that. That's not the format of this live stream, and I'm not here to tear anyone down. I'm here to roast anyone. I'm not here to punish you for the way that you go about creating your music. My goal is that I can just be a support system in what you're doing to help facilitate the best art possible in whatever medium that you use. But I do want to make sure, like, if there's things within your song structures, things within your songwriting, and the way that you approach creating music, whether you're generating it or you're working in some other mediums, how can we make the best art and how can we help facilitate that for you? So that's what these consultations are all about, whatever that medium is. I just want to be of value. And so if that's what you're using, I'm not going to hate on you for that. I want people to be able to express themselves and have access to being able to express themselves. But there's also some very practical issues, that I think need to be addressed as well. Some limitations that you're going to have that we can do our best to overcome as well. I love that, Tetra, 100%. I love that. That's amazing. Okay. I want to get into this production and guitar structure here. Last thing, yes, it's a paid service. Okay, so here's the thing that I hear, Kronus, and I think this is probably what people are responding to when it comes to the production width, when it comes to like stereo imaging and stuff like that. To me, what it kind of sounds like is like this song is only panned out to like 80%, right? I love the idea of utilizing the full stereo field and spectrum, right? But that doesn't mean pushing everything to the outside, right? That doesn't mean your like drum overheads are 100% to the outside. It doesn't mean your vocal doubles are 100% to the outside. It doesn't mean that your guitar double tracks are 100% to the outside. What it does mean is that there are a level of specific elements within the production structure that fill those different voids to the outside, right? So whether you choose to do that with the guitars, which I could see, especially the double tracked rhythm guitars. I could see those right now. They feel like they're at like 50 to 60% left and right. I could see pushing those to 70, 80, perhaps farther if that's the stylistic goal you're going for. That's not every rock song, right? That's not everyone's desire to have 100% panned out, super like progressive, double track rhythm guitars and stuff like that. But I could see maybe opening up overheads for the drums a little bit wider. I could see some of the synthesis in the background offering a little bit more like chorusing and stereo width as well, if you're not going to widen up the guitars, right? So what I hear is not necessarily that it needs to be the guitars, that we just need something to fill all these voids. And right now, it does feel like the mix is it's not collapsed to mono or anything like that. It's still a very well balanced and very vibrant mix, but it does feel a little bit collapsed. It does feel a little bit kind of shrunk to like 70% right here, as opposed to offering a little bit more like energy and a little bit more vibrancy to the stereo field right here. So I think you can absolutely do that with guitars. I think that can be really valuable. So like, especially in this genre, in more like progressive modern metal and stuff like that, it can be really valuable. It can be really valuable to have a wide guitar structure, especially like double or quad tracked rhythms. I think that's probably more typical within this style, to have those pushed a little bit farther out. So I don't think that's a bad critique necessarily. I could see that being the case. But I also think that there's some variation in how you do that, and it doesn't have to be the guitars. You could do that with some chorusing. You could do that with like your synthesizers, some really nice like lead synths in there and some like pads in the background as well, that I think you could absolutely utilize to give you some of that width and that openness that I think it would be really valuable as well. I was going for a Bad Omens vibe production with like 2000s album, 100%. I mean, that makes sense. A lot of what I'm hearing here sound design wise, that makes perfect sense. So to me, it's not, we need something to fill that void. We need something to fill a little bit more of the space. And that to me is a little bit stylistic how you do that. Guitars is a great way to do it just because of the frequency profile of the guitars. I think synths would be another way, because some of those lower like bass synths that you have and those like pads and chords and stuff you have in the background, those also fill a fairly similar frequency profile to some of those rhythm guitars. So if you're not going to do them with the guitars, no issue necessarily with that. Synths can be a great way to push that width really, really wide, kind of artificially and digitally, to create a really wide, really energetic, vibrant mix, without necessarily having to push the guitars all the way. Because sometimes, here's the thing with the guitar. Sometimes if you do just like hollow out the middle and just splash the guitars to the sidewall and push them way out to the side, you can get a middle that feels a little bit empty and a little bit hollow, especially if you exaggerate that at all, like on the bus, right? So I think you can absolutely, push the guitars out if that connects with the style that you're going for, and that connects with the way that you want to produce and build out some of these elements. Thank you for the bubblegums. I appreciate you, Benjamin. Thank you for that. But I don't think that's like necessary. I think it really just comes down to, how do you fill that void? If it needs to be filled, I think synths are another great way that kind of fills in some of the similar profile right there. I love pushing synths super wide. A good chorus and a little bit of openness, some mid-side processing on a stack of synths can just make the mix feel like it's infinitely wide. It has a ton of energy to it. So if you don't want to push the guitars too wide because you feel like it hollows things out, or it feels like you're missing some energy closer to center, then push some synths way out to the outside and you'll open up the mix like crazy. Oh yeah, Ozone is great for like a multi-bend stereo optimization. Probably the more like nuanced way would just be to use mid-side, right? Because with mid-side, you'll be able to just like pull some of the energy out of the middle that you don't need there to make room for those vocals to sit there. And then on the outside, introduce some more of those mids that you want. Like if you want those guitars wide, you can just increase the frequency that you want wide in the side channel and not have it affect your center channel, right? That would be probably one of the best, more nuanced ways to kind of create very specific frequency pockets that are boosted and cut in order to create kind of the width that you're looking for. Or you can obviously use like Haas effect and stuff in Ozone, and there's a couple different profiles you can use in Ozone to change timing and width profile on there. And you can do that multi-band, which is great. That's great on like mastering, right? Or like on buses and stuff like that, where I can split open just thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. You can split open just 1500 hertz and above, or you could create a little bit more of a mono profile for like 80 hertz and below. That can help kind of compartmentalize your mix a little bit better. Unknown, thank you for the follow as well. So that things aren't running into each other too much. Okay. So yeah, if anybody would like to submit, 100%. If anybody would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Sorry, I'm trying to see. Thank you for the roses. I appreciate that so much. Sorry, I want to make sure I catch the comments here. I appreciate that all. Thank you for the gifts. King, shoot me a DM. Shoot me a DM. Okay. I'll double check in a second. I got you. Hold on. Sorry, it keeps kicking me. Hold on. Every time a new chat comes in, it keeps scrolling back down. My Scarlett gain knob doesn't turn down my mic. Any tips? You've probably got an issue if it's not turning down your mic, then you got probably an issue with the pot. The pot could be loose. It could not be catching. Pull the knob off. See if the plastic is worn down on the inside. You might just need to replace the. Sometimes the cheap plastic especially on like Scarlett, the cheap plastic on the inside it can get worn down, or it can just snap off on the inside. So you've got just a completely loose plastic pot there, or just like a plastic pot cover. You can replace those for $4 off Amazon or something like that, or order one on eBay. But yeah, pull it off and see if that's the case. If the plastic's broken, if it's beyond that, then you have like a circuitry issue that would need to be either fixed, which is probably, I would assume it probably costs as much to fix a Scarlett as it costs to have a Scarlett. So that's something you'll have to figure out later. If there's no way for you to turn it down at all, and you have to keep recording with it, then you just got to check proximity. You have to have great breath control and make sure that you're not clipping going in. Thank you for an October, Benjamin Russell. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for the gift. I appreciate it. Okay, let's get a little deeper, Kronus. Let's get a little deeper. But yeah, that's my perspective on the width issue here. How you do that obviously is up to you. It's up to the band. It's up to the way that you kind of format this. But I think you could do it with guitars. You can do it with strategic mid-side processing. You could do it with synthesis, which is probably the route that I would go. But yeah, there's a couple different ways you can kind of go about creating that width or perceived width. That's stylistically kind of up to what makes sense to y'all. dropping in. I appreciate you. Anybody that wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through it and follow the details. King, try over on IG. I shouldn't have to follow back immediately for it to do it. It usually just goes to requests. Go over to IG, same name, Torvik Music is the same everywhere. Go over there, shoot me a message on there. It should be the same over there. And you can send whatever you need over there. Yeah, this is a great vocal. So I love the layering. I love the support of the fry at the same time of having these beautiful, powerful lead vocals. Great doubling, great positioning. Those feel really, really vibrant. There's a couple of moments in here, to be honest, that I kind of wish, not all the time necessarily, but I kind of wish the drums were a little bit louder. Every once in a while, you're getting great, like your guitars in the middle are really good. Like we already talked about width and stuff. The guitars sound nice tonally. They sound really nice. The bass sounds really, really nice. I think the vocal structure is where y'all shine. The actual structure of lyrics and like vocal timbre and like vocal control, I think is beautiful. I think the layers are gorgeous. I love where they're positioned. I love what they're doing. And there's some times where I feel like those drums soften just a little bit in the background. And I wish they had a little bit, they're pretty snappy. They're pretty transient. I wish they had a little bit more support in the mix every once in a while. So for me, it's kind of figuring out the width issues and how you want to approach that and making sure that like your percussion has like enough support and enough drive in the mix. Beyond that, man, this is a really, really good song structure. It's great production across the board and a pretty damn good mix, like a really, really nice mix. Let's go, After X.
Why you gotta play with me like that?
Perfect. Appreciate you, King.
And I watched in my ass scream from all your side. So lies, it's all about yourself. You're the devil in this.
Love it. Def. And if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. You don't submit right here in the chat. If anybody would like to submit, it all happens at that profile. If y'all want to check the line, order minimum, anything like that, we hit a reset and I cleared the line. So we're just kind of getting back into it. But if you would like to submit, everything is over on the other platforms. So if you want to see the line, just go to the other platforms that we're live on, which you can find at my link tree as well. And that is, hold on really quick. Whose initials are B in real quick. And then Senko, I got you up there. That might be. Is that Benjamin? Da, 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 da. Jerry is cool. Welcome in. So someone's your initial is BN. You sent 5 through the website. Let me know who that is. King of Hell 2008. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. We are doing King of Hell. We're doing long form consultations. So we spend about 20 to 30 minutes listening to tracks, usually 2 or 3 different times, diving into the details. Leah, thank you for the follow. Diving into the details of the mix, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure, production choices, stuff like that. We spend that 20 to 30 minutes offering actionable feedback, a really deep dive breakdown of the structure of the music. So a bit more than a request or a quick review. Like I said, every artist, producer, musician, songwriter that comes in here, we listen to their music for about 20, I would say more often 25 to 30 minutes. So let me know really quick. I got to see this real quick. Who sent the 5 through the website really quick? Thank you for the follow. It's Gabe. I appreciate you. 6Dub in the building. What's up, 6Dub? I hope you're doing amazing. Shuju, thank you so much for the pop. I appreciate you. Thank you for that. Real quick, and then I want to get back into the end of this track here. I just want to make sure that I thank you for the You're Awesomes as well. All right, I'm gonna keep playing it. I gotta see who that is, but I gotta correct it though. I gotta correct it. Okay. Anyways, let's get into the end of this. See, once you get into this hook, those vocals are so wide, right? You get all of this You get all of this extra energy at the top, right? Once these vocals come in, you get so much more width and energy out of it. Again, it just kind of depends on the moment of the song. Those vocals aren't nearly as prominent going into most of your verses, some of your intro, right? So you're not offering as much of the width, right? It really just depends on the section of the song and making sure that each section of the song, you have elements that are giving you that push. You're giving you that perceived width. You're giving you that openness. Just because right now you get a lot more openness because those vocals are pushed super wide as well. Uncle Zaza, we do not listen to popular artists here. This is not a stream. If y'all want to listen to Kendrick Lamar, just open up your Spotify. You got it all right there. What we're listening to is independent and underground artists. We're supporting here and helping out with mix and master profiles, getting into the details of their production and sound design structures, song formatting, and stuff like that. So if you would like to do that, yeah, 100%. No, you're good. If you would like to submit for that, all of that's at my profile. You can find it at the link. Kelbo Shake, thank you. I appreciate you a lot. Let me see. Yeah, everything's out of my link. Lava Boots, if you submit a song, thank you for joining on the Red app. I appreciate that. If you submit a song, and you'll see yourself in the line right here, right? So we've got the line, the people that have been heard, how many songs we have left, orders, minimum, stuff like that. That's right here. So you can always see where you're at in the line, how many songs that we have left, stuff like that. If you leave for any reason and your name is called, we'll never listen without you. We'll just save it. I'll save it to my list, and the next time you come in, we'll throw you straight back up on the board so you can get heard. Some people have already done that today. They came in a couple days ago. They weren't able to stay for as long as they wanted to. They came back in today. We threw them up on the board and they got heard. So if you have to leave for any reason, we always make sure that you're here whenever you submit. So if for any reason you do have to leave, then we'll make sure that we get you saved. But if you're here and you're up, you'll be locked in. But yeah, the line is always up right here on the side. Okay, let me see. Let me get into this last part here. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. I mean, that's a beautiful, what's up, Kylan? That's a beautiful lead guitar structure there too. So like, yeah, there's like tiny little details in here. And again, these are like nuanced, really, really like tiny details. To me, they have a decent impact on the mix. But I love so much of what's happening in this song and in this production structure. For me, it is just the smallest little elements in here. Like you have this one little moment of a solo here in the background that I wish had a little bit more prominence, had a little bit more texture, a little bit more energy behind it, that it kind of dives a little bit right here. I wish that solo was actually like riding the faders a little bit more volume automation, push that solo forward by like another 2 dB. It's very like mono, panned off 25%, doesn't have a ton of support in the mix. And to me, it's one of the few moments where you get like a lead solo element like that. The rest of it is supported by just a wall of sound, which is beautiful. It's a fantastic wall of sound, but I do wish that we got a little bit more like clarity and support for some of these lead elements right here, that it would really allow it to just like cut through and sing. Cause that's a great little moment of this little solo in the background, but it doesn't really get as much shine as my brain kind of wants it to. Yeah, most likely. Or it sounds kind of triggered, maybe like sample replaced or triggered. I do think they're live played. I do think they're live, but I'm assuming triggered just based on kick pattern and velocity. But I could be wrong. I think, but it does sound like, and that's very popular in this. Yeah, I was gonna say it's either triggered or quantized to some extent, right? So yeah, some triggering at the very least happening in the background. which is that's pretty even like live, like you go hear like a band, not even necessarily just like this one, but any even of the like popular like progressive metal artists, like modern rock artists today, you're more often than not going to hear triggered drums, like or at the very least like kick and snare, but you know more often than not you're going to hear like almost fully triggered drums. Just it's a very consistent sound, and the same sound that you're going to hear in studio. That way you're not getting some like trash sound out there. Great vocal control. Absolutely killer vocal control. Like that, the range from like lower, like supported chest voice to the high mix voice like that. I mean, that's a really tough bridge to hit with that much clarity. Really, really powerful mix voice. Fry Scream is incredibly well supported. It's super pointed, no wavering in the vocal at all. This is a great vocalist. This is a killer voice. That's a beautiful Fry Scream. So good. Great technique. Yo, show some love. Show some love. That is Kronus. Kronus right here in the chat. I need everyone. That song is out. It's been out since at least last year. That song is out. It's called Good Luck by Kronus. It is out on all platforms. Go like the track. Go stream it. Go add it to your playlist. Go follow on Spotify. Go follow Kronus right here and on other social platforms. Show him some love and support. Go stream this song. Go put it on repeat. Add it to your content. All that fun stuff. Make sure that y'all are showing love and support to every artist, every producer, every musician and songwriter that gets on this stage. Show some love. Jacob, absolutely any style. Absolutely any. I love making memes. Let's go. I love it. I love it. I love it. Aaron, welcome in as well. Yeah, any style, any genre, any level of quality. I say this all the time just to help mitigate some people's like fears sometimes, especially when you do hear a great song here. I have had within the same live stream, I have had someone send in a voice memo of them humming a melody in a Starbucks booth, and we helped them build chord progressions and structure around their song. And I've had Grammy-winning engineers and producers in here. It's going to be all the way across the board, all genres, all levels of quality. Can you do a Fry Scream? I am not. I have done it before, and I have tried it before, and I've practiced it before, but it's not something that I'm prolific at all. I track vocals for a couple rock libraries every once in a while, just occasionally. I've done some albums with them, and for like sync. And so there's a couple songs that I did with them where I comped in, and I tried it a bunch of times, and I got some that were pretty decent, but I am not like a prolific heavy rock vocalist at all. So we will not be doing that right now. But I know some people that are fabulous at it, that are really, really talented. Maybe if I did that more often, like if I every day was like a rock artist and tracking stuff like that, then it's probably something I could get good at. And so much of it is just technique. It's compression and support. And I can only sound like I stubbed my toe. I mean, you're halfway there, Wubsy. You're halfway there. But yeah, it is a great technique. You can also, I could do it. I could. It just takes, it's like anything. It's like falsetto. It's like working through your mixed voice and working through those breaks in your vocal register. And it's like whistle notes. It's like any of that. They're just muscles that need to be flexed. They're skills that need to be worked at over. It's like scales on a guitar, hammer-ons or whatever. Like it is just a skill that needs to be worked at. And it's not a skill that I've worked at a lot. I'm sure if I did work at it a lot, I could figure it out, and I could give it the support that it needs. Falsetto but raspy, yeah. I mean, but some people are going low too. Some people are supporting that fry a little bit lower too. But yeah, I mean, there's some people that just they got it. They're fantastic. Y'all show some love one more time to Kronus. It took me 0 time to learn this video, but I did it wrong for years. Now I'm trained. Yeah. I mean, that's the thing. That's the thing is if you learn the wrong way, I mean, I know some artists that have learned the wrong way. It can be a hard muscle to untrain sometimes. And now they sound like they've been smoking for decades and they've never smoked before. Just because they learned the wrong way and they just crushed their vocal cords. They just crushed it. We're going to move into Senko's track here. We got Senko in the building. Let me just get a couple things updated here just really quick. And let me just update these emails. Lava Boots, I got you. Great name. Lava Boots, I got you. Let me get you up on the board. I appreciate you so much. If anybody would like to submit, if you're wanting to get into a consultation here, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details. We'll get you up on the board, ready to go. For those of you who do not know what we're doing here, this is Track Talk. We are doing 20 to 30 minute multiple listen consultations on the structure of your music. We're going to dive into the mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song structure. We're going to get into the nuances and details of what you're doing and really get into the details of what you're doing, creatively and practically within the structure of your music. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I am a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That is what I do for a living. So I've done for the last 14 plus years. I'm also a classically trained pianist. So the whole structure of this live stream is from that perspective. I'm not here to roast you. I'm not here to trash you. I'm not here to tear you down. I am not here to hype you up. I'm not here to give you exposure. I'm not here to just play your song and then move on and tell you to get a better mix, bro, and have better energy, and then we move on. These are long form. Like I said, 20 to 30 minutes for every single artist that comes through here, or producer or musician that comes through here. We're going to get into details. We're going to dive into the nuances, and that is the way it's going to be for every single artist that comes through here. Okay, Derek Senna, I got you in here. Lava Boots, I got you up on the board. I appreciate you so much. Let me get you tapped in. Lava Boots, appreciate you. I tried fry. Sorry, I'm missing some chats on all the different places here. I tried fry screaming for the first time on a song. Just submitted it. Let's go. Let's go. All right, we got it. Let's go, Andrew. 100%. Torvik told me to get a better producer. Rumsey is the producer. I said, do better. All right, let's get this moving here. And then I'm still trying to figure out who submitted the 5, but I don't know who it is, and they haven't showed up. I don't know who it is, and they have not showed up, and I keep asking, and I don't know who it is. If you submitted the 5 through the website and your initials are BN, and let me know who you are, because I need to make sure that I get you pointed in the right direction, because you only have submitted half a submission, and I want to make sure that I get you in line with everyone else. All right, Derek Senna, hop in the chat. BN. BN is the initials. There's Senko. The email is so I don't know, it doesn't have an email attached to it because it's the payment. It's the payment through the site. What's up, Mari? Welcome in. It's the payment through the site. So it's like a lotion something at iCloud. I don't want to give out the whole thing, but because I don't know what email it connects to, because it's just on the. Okay, that's you. So Benjamin, what I need you to do really quick, go to my profile and click on the link, and then just make sure that you read the details from the top down to the bottom for the payment right there. I got your email, I believe, and then I got the 5 through there. But I want to make sure that you read through the whole details, because you've only sent half a submission. So I just want to make sure that we get all of that in line. That way I can get you on the board with everyone else as well. Jamar, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot, because otherwise I don't have you in line with the other artists in the line so far. Okay, Senko, let's get into it. Yeah, so do me a favor, just read through that again really quick, just to make sure you got all the details down, and then I'll get you lined up. I'll get you ready to go. All right, Senko is in the building. It's time for some beautiful music. This is Out of the Blue by Senko Music. If you haven't heard Senko, you're in for a treat. I'm having a great time keeping busy and writing songs with my uncle again. Oh, I love it. This is always fun. This is an AI demo with a beautiful live acoustic guitar version underneath. So we got some hybridizing going on here of some generated filler that, some of this will be refilled out with instrumentation as well. But for this little radio version, I am messing with a unique arrangement. You can listen to the song. Lyrics format, I think, works while still having some part of what I enjoyed pulling out of the track. Overall vibe check, and any ideas welcome. We have fun with this. Let's get into it, man. I'm excited. Any plans for a vocalist on this or no? Thank you for the follow.
Out of nowhere, she asked me, do you think we got
Okay, cool.
a future?
Nice.
I said, baby, I don't got no crystal ball.
Thank you for the follows, y'all. Appreciate it.
She said, honey, do you think we'll stay together? She was asking about forever. I left it there, but she was waiting for an answer, and I thought we'd be okay. I didn't know she meant it. Then she turned and walked away. Then out of the blue, it hit me, and now I'm here on my own, down on my ass. It kicked me. She wanted something
Baby.
I couldn't give. A man she could count on, someone to call home. Funny how it all comes back when you're sitting there alone. You think about the mess you made, all the things you should have known. Now it hits me what she meant, though I missed it way back when she was only asking me to love her like she loved me then. And then out of the blue, it hit me, and now I'm here on my own, down on my ass. It kicked me. She wanted something I couldn't give.
Let's go, Senko. TJ, welcome in.
A man she could count on, someone to call home. Then out of the blue, and out of the blue, it hit me as I'm sitting here all alone.
It's a little country edge to the vocal, too.
Like that, I was on my own. She wanted something I couldn't give. A man she could count on. I wasn't him.
Do you have the file for this, Senko?
Damn.
Because I have an idea. I have an intuition. But I would need the file to test it out. It won't let me. There's no download option. There's no download option on here, unfortunately. Yo, show some love to Senko. Show some love to Senko, man. Amazing structure here. I'm really excited to dive into the instrumentation on this and dive into the structure. For anybody who is here in the chat right now, yeah, send me the MP3. That's all I need. It doesn't have to be like super high quality. Send me the MP3. For anybody that's here in the chat, especially over on TikTok currently right now, red or purple app, if y'all are here, what we're not doing here is listening to popular artists or mainstream artists or anything like that. If that's what you want to do, then go pull up your own Spotify or Apple Music and you can stream those songs to your heart's content. What we are doing here in this particular live stream is doing long form breakdowns and consultations for artists, producers, vocalists, songwriters, engineers, so on and so on. So if that is you, if you represent one of those people, or that is something that you do or you're interested in, that is the structure of this live stream. We're going to dive deep into the structure of your mix and master, production elements, sound design, lyric and song format, choices within your production structure, stuff like that. If that would be interesting to you, if that would be valuable to you, you can submit. You can go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow all of the details there, and we'll get you up on the board. We'll get you ready to go. Just make sure that you do read through and follow all those details. Thank you so much for the follows. I see a lot of y'all following. Thank y'all so much for the follows. I appreciate that a lot. You do not submit here in the chat. Everybody submits through the same spot so you can get you in line with everyone else. Go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details right there. Just make sure that you do actually read through all the details. If you do, then I'll be notified and I can get you up on the board. Thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. Give me just 1 second. I'm just gonna wait for this this file to come in, and we're gonna test a couple things. We're gonna test a couple things on Senko's track, and then we'll dive in. And then Benjamin, I'm still just waiting on the other half of your submission. Just let me know when you're ready to go. That way I can make sure that I get you in line as well. And then Lava Boots, I think I already have you on there. I do already have Lava Boots up there ready to go. Perfect. Dean's in the building. What's up, Dean? Welcome in. Tremblers, I appreciate you being here as well. Yeah, thank y'all so much for joining the stream. I appreciate y'all being here. Keep tapping the screen. Make sure you're liking the live. Share out the live with a few people you think will be interested in what we're doing here. And if you are, let me see. You're good. Okay, no worries at all. Got you. It just came in. I just want to make sure I get you on the board so you're not keep getting passed up by other people. I got you, man. You are set. You're ready to go. I got you in line. And then that is for Benjamin. Perfect. Benjamin. Got you, man. Appreciate you so much. All right. As soon as I get this email in, we're going to dive into the track. And I have some kind of intuitions on some of this production from Senna that we can kind of get to it. Until then, we play. I know, I'm hungry as hell right now. Post-dinner dinner facts. We should order late night McFlurries all around. That sounds fire. Sounds fire right now. Send one my way. Send one my way. Dun, 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 dun. I love that random 8-bit. That's what this live is all about. Most people are coming in here with very early stuff. Like people, of course, people come in here with some finished products. People come in here with some finished stuff. Oh yeah, I came through. Different email, right? Yeah. Same track. I got you. Let me get it downloaded. Yeah, people come in here with mostly unfinished stuff. That's kind of the format of this live stream. People do send finished stuff. They send Spotify links. They send stuff that's already out 100%. But I would say that a lot of people send in stuff that is early. It's unreleased. They want like a final stop before they send it to distribution, or they send it to their engineer, or they go to the studio to work out song structure. A lot of people send in stuff unreleased for that reason. So this is not a place where you have to put on a front, put on a face, and try to send your best, dopest thing to see if people will like it. That's just not why we're here. It's not what we're doing. We're really, breaking down some of the nuances and details in order to improve on our craft, polish what we're doing, improve just the structure and the formatting of our music, improve on our skill sets as a musician, as a producer, as an engineer, whatever it may be, songwriting structure, stuff like that. So don't feel like you have to come in polished. That's not what we're here for. There's a bunch of lives where I want to hear the best song, like the best artist wins, whatever, stuff like that. That's not a format at all. I'm not here to hype you up. I'm not here to trash you or roast you. I'm not here to tear you down. I'm not here to get you exposure or nothing like that. This is strictly about the music, strictly about, really getting into the details of what you're doing. All right, we're back. We're back. We got Derek Senna right here. So let's get Senko back up here. I've got the file. So I'm going to drop this into Pro Tools. So give me just 1 second. And let's drop this in here, because I have an intuition about something I'm feeling about this track that I need to hear, and if I don't hear it, I won't be able to sleep tonight. I've got an intuition on some of the pacing here that I'm really interested in. Yeah, Pro Tools. All right. Sorry, I don't know what's wrong with me. Let's get Pro Tools up here, and let's open up this beautiful production. Let's open up this beautiful production from Senko Music here. Let's go extreme today. All right. Oops, we got to solo it because otherwise my project's going to play. All right, here's our track here. What's up, Jackson? I'm gonna play through this a little bit here.
Out of nowhere, she asked me, do you think we got a future?
All right, let me just make sure I've got this. Let's go polyphonic here, or rhythmic. I'm gonna test something here. I just have an intuition on the pacing here. We're gonna do some TCE, some time compression and expansion here in Pro Tools, and we're just gonna change. We're just gonna fuck with the vibe a little bit here. Oops, let's not do that. Let's go back here. This is obviously, it's a low quality file too. This is gonna cause a bunch of glitchies, some Jesus, y'all, it's too late. Glitches and pops, some glitchies, if you will. Let's move into this here.
Then out of the blue, it hit me, and now I'm here.
I'm gonna take it farther. Let me try. I'm also gonna try. Sometimes polyphonic handles better.
A man she could count on.
Let's go back to rhythmic.
A man.
Nah. No. And then we can also, I'm gonna try a couple different profiles here.
A man she could count on. Someone to call home.
That pacing right there, goodness gracious. That pacing right there. So I'm at a 420. Here's what we're gonna do. So I'm gonna A and B a few things here, okay? I'm gonna A and B. I can't talk, y'all. I'm gonna duplicate this, and we're gonna go back and forth. I'm gonna duplicate this here, so we can test just a few things here. I'm gonna take this first one all the way up to like 4.5 minutes. We're gonna stretch the living daylights out of it, and then we're gonna go back and forth. So here's the original. Here's the original right here.
I was on my own.
Here's the original.
She wanted.
Here's what I feel like takes this song to a different place.
Then out of the blue, and out of the blue, it hit me as I'm sitting here all.
That feels like a different song to me.
She wanted something I couldn't give.
This is the original. Right? Compared to, I'm gonna go to, you can see these blobs right here. So this is the original right here. What's up, Beat by Jay? Like here's this last little section right here, right? Even like the emotion behind the vocal, right? And I know where this vocal is right now compared to. Taking out quality.
Damn.
Like I want to hear this middle. Let me hear the verse. I'm going to go back to the beginning here for a second here. So like to me, the pacing of this, the excuse me, the tempo of this, the pacing of this, the way that the vocal like moves in and out of the different sections of the song, given what will come with the new vocal, the emotion that you're able to sing with, the way that like the percussion actually feels, the way the strings ebb and flow, it makes all the difference in the world to me. The amount of emotion that's even like able to come into the mix and like able to come into the production structure just based on pacing. If I were like executive on this, like I would have this song slowed down by like 20 BPM. I would just like bring it back so that vocal can really shine. That vocal can feel like it has space to do those. Again, I know where this vocal is now, but with a real vocal coming in, like has space to do these runs and build that energy in those out of the blue, like actually build in some energy into those runs and some slides with that vocal, for the guitars to have enough space. You know, my uncle is a disco funk song with a Neil. So, is a disco funk song was a neo soul guitar originally. So is this kind of the Grayson, welcome in. All submissions are at my profile. If you click on the link, just read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board. I don't have the lineup right now because I'm on Pro Tools, but I'll switch back here in just a second so that y'all can see the line. But everything's at my profile through the link. I'll throw up the line there in just a second as well. So is there going to be different versions of this one as well? And this one you wanted to be a little bit more disco. I just feel like listening to these lyrics, hearing the song structure, the vibe of the song. Benjamin, thank you for the October. I appreciate you a lot. Thank you for the gift, man. I really appreciate that. Those are hilarious. Jackson, welcome in as well. When I wrote the song, I felt I could make it like soul country. Yep. And that, okay, I'm assuming, and then when you started working with this is another artist song. We're A and Bing a couple things for their consultation. It's actually Senko right above you. But this is not one of my songs. If you're so we played acoustic guitar as a country vibe underneath, and then kind of took it a different. I'm gonna play the original again. Excuse me, got hiccups. Yeah. For this version, for this like soul country, kind of what you're talking about, for the soul country vibe that you're kind of mentioning there, and as a kind of a vibe check of what we're hearing here, 15 to 20 BPM slower to me. And again, what you're hearing in the slowed down version is gonna be like the shittiest quality, right? It's all stretched out and metallic, right? You're getting a lot of artifact and a bunch of aliasing already. That's gonna be a completely different feel, right? But like hearing. Yeah. And to me, it offers more of both of the things you're trying to do. It offers it more of a standard, a more typical country feel and more soul. There's more space for more soul. We're not like rushing through it, right? Like I love that. I'm going to get into the verse.
Out of nowhere, she asked me, do you think we got a future?
Now, if I switch here.
Out of nowhere, she asked me, do you think we got a future? I said, baby, I don't got no crystal ball.
Yeah.
She said, honey, do you think we'll stay together? She was asking.
It's a different song. I don't know. This might just be me. It might just be the mood I'm in. That's a different song to me. You know what I'm saying? Like now when I play this, this feels like fast forwarded. This feels like the same song, but like fast forwarded. I mean, it sounds fine, right?
Out of nowhere, she asked me.
Nothing wrong with that. Nothing wrong with that. But there's something about this.
I said, baby, I don't got no crystal ball.
And this might be 6 BPM too slow. There might be a middle ground, right? It's a different. I'm gonna play it a little farther.
But she was waiting for it. Then out of the blue, it hit me. And now I'm here on my own, down on my ass. She kicked me. She wanted something I
Hell yeah,
couldn't give.
I mean, I think everything you want out of this song. Yeah, I got you.
Then out of the blue, it hit me. And now I'm here on my own, down on my ass. She kicked me. She wanted something
Exactly, Lava.
I couldn't give. A man she could count on. Someone to call home.
Yeah, you give so much more space. The boom, boo doo doom, doo 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 doom, boom. There's so much more space for like those little bass runs in there. There's so much more space for those vocal runs. The lead vocal takes on like a new life. Like I feel the energy behind that hook so much more. Like the actual like vibe and texture and energy of the hook so much more. Like I hear it kind of further. I don't know if I heard the song. What's up, bro? Welcome in. I don't know if I heard the song the first time. If that makes sense. I hope that makes some sense. Like the first time I heard it, I like, of course, sonically I could hear it, but like, I just like the song went through and like, yeah, this sounds really cool. Sounds like it's a cool song. It's vibey. It's funky. It's got some soul. And then we slow it down. And I'm like, hold on. Like it's it takes on a new meaning to me. I hear the lyrics for the first time. What was the recording process? So there was, and this is a lot of this is going to be reworked. So the recording process is acoustic underlying track. So some of the like guitars underneath were tracked. And then they wrote the song, sung vocals, generated vocals to like fill it out. And then it's all going to be replaced by real singers, real musicians across the board. They'll build out the whole production. But it was like a real acoustic track and some other elements that were tracked, and then they generated like a finished demo, and then the rest of that's all going to be replaced by like a real lead, a lead vocalist and everything on there. But that's all the artifact and stuff all the artifact and aliasing and stuff like that you're hearing over the top. But yeah, that if there was like one note, I mean, because I'm like loving it. You know what I mean? Like I think the first time I was like, okay, it is a cool vibe. There's you can't really deny that. AI is like Suno, like generated, like the lead vocal was like written, played through, and then generated, and then it's going to be sung by a lead vocal, like an actual lead vocal. Like the first time I was like, I heard it, it's cool, nothing wrong with that. I slow it down a little bit. All of a sudden those guitar solos are going to come to life because there's time. You know what I mean? Like you slow this down by 15, 20 BPM, and you have time for those solos to build, like on the lead guitar. You have time for those vocal runs to really settle in the low register. You have time to build those dynamics with those string swells, which are beautiful, beautiful in the background. Like, dude, now I'm like a fan of the song, especially as you build it out more. Let me switch back over here. Especially as you build it out more. I think this is going to take on a different life, a completely different life than what it currently has, which is already like a cool song structure. Let me go back to the original for a second. I'm going to go back to the original file here. Yeah, it's nasty. I can't wait. What's up, Will? And welcome from Britain. So that to me is like biggest tip is not even like this needs to change. This little thing could be more interesting. It's like the whole song could relax. Like the whole song could take a breath if you just slow it down a little bit and then like rebuild the track 15 BPM slower. That to me, it is crazy. I mean, Lava said it over on the Red app. Crazy how much of a difference tempo makes. The slow version is so much better. The faster version feels like a 70s song. Slow feels timeless. Yeah, I agree. It does go from like 70s disco pop or something like that. Danny, thank you for the follow. To what could be like a timeless country R&B record. I could even hear the song with like two different features. I could hear the song being like a modern, like you hear a lot of modern country, that has some like R&B elements to it, like modern country that has, 808s and snaps and claps and stuff like that. I could hear a song that has like a country underline and foundation, but then also has like a featured R&B artist on it. Like I could see a really cool marriage between a couple different styles and stuff in here as well. Teddy Swims vibe, 100%, where you have this like country rock edge with some underlying, R&B vibes as well. And some Rhodes. Every song needs a Rhodes. That's a fact. Every song deserves a Rhodes and a Hammond B3 organ doing some high trills at the top. Man, okay, let me get into just the last section here because I think that to me underlines the whole thing. That's the biggest vibe check across the whole thing. Let me get into like the outro of the song here towards the end. But that to me is like the biggest thing is like I think the vocal structure is fine. I think I love it, dude. I love it. You're amazing. I think the structure of it is fine. I think what the vocal is doing, the hook structure is great. The way you've built in interludes and all that is perfectly fine. No issues with that at all. This is just it's going to be a tempo thing. This is going to be a tempo thing, man. It is really like, just like Lava said over on the Red app, it is shocking. I've been talking a lot about this over the live stream the last couple of days, but I haven't been live for a day or two, but it is shocking the difference that tempo makes. Just the difference that like changing the key up 2 semitones so the vocal's hitting a different register and has more confidence in those high notes. Like the difference in like changing a song 6 BPM can literally be the difference in like feeling it at all and like encountering the emotion of the song at all and really putting yourself in the record. Or it just kind of passing you by as the next song in a playlist. It really makes a difference. So that's, I'm like, man, the first thing that I heard when you were playing this, I was like, I bet you this would be better slower, which is why I wanted to drop it in Pro Tools and A and B and kind of see. I really do think it makes a difference.
Wanted something I couldn't give. A man she could count on.
Facts.
I wasn't him.
Because I think you can still integrate a lot of these guitar riffs in between, a lot of these interludes. I love the string walk up, those like spiccatos, like the string walk ups right there. I think are beautiful. I think balancing all of that, I still would like leave in there because that's still giving me some of that timeless classic R&B feel that I really do love. And then in between having some undertones that are a little bit more solid, right? And then kind of spreading out the BPM a little bit. Yeah, 100%. Hey, welcome in, yo. Damn. Y'all show some love to the family. Sleeping dogs, please do not spam the chat. Please do not spam the chat. These are consultations for artists, producers, musicians, songwriters, engineers, so on and so on. We're not here to listen to popular artists unless you are connected to them, right? So for we have people that come in sometimes that manage some popular artists. They're session musicians for songs that were really popular. They help produce some songs that did a little bit better. If you are connected to a track like that, and we can talk through the structure and the part that you played in that, I think that's really fun. That's not very often though. So more often than not, we're speaking to independent artists, underground musicians, stuff like that. If y'all want to submit your music, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow all the details there. All of the steps, all of the details are right there listed there. If y'all would like to check the line, order, anything like that, you can find it on the other platforms that we are live on, which is also linked at my profile as well. The line is always up there, so you can always have it up on a tab to kind of see what's going on over there. Shout out to Senko one more time. Show some love. Show some love, show some love. That's the family right there. So if you have not heard Senko's music before, especially the full profile of what Senko is capable of as far as his music and the artists that he works with, the amazing vocalists that he does work with, please go check out Senko's music on platforms. Check it out on DSPs. Go follow him. He's an amazing, amazing musician and person himself. So please show some love. That's a friend to Libby and I. We love you, man. Love and appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. Let's keep the music going. Let me just update a few things here really quick. I'm excited for how that track's going to be built out, man. Beautiful, beautiful job. Okay. Let me see over here real quick. Senko's amazing. Senko's amazing. All right, we got Lava Boots in the building. No popular artist. Is it Will File the class? No popular artist. That's not what we're here for. Not what we're here for. We're here for independent consultations. All right. we got Lava Boots and Ability. Lava Boots, just hop in the chat for a second. Just let me know that you're here, just so I can make sure. I don't want to listen without anyone. But let's get into it. If you're over on TikTok, make sure you are tapping the screen, share out the live with a few people as well. Don't forget to send your heart me. McLovin Media, thank you for the roses. I appreciate that a lot. Once again, if anybody would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details right there. If you're on the red app, you can go to the description for the live stream, and you'll see the link right there. If you're on the purple app, the other platform that we're live on, type exclamation point submit right there in the chat. If y'all do spam the chat over on TikTok, you will get muted, and I do not want you to get muted. I want you to be able to connect with people and network with people. I want you to be able to contribute to the conversation over on TikTok. But if you do spam the chat, you'll get muted. So don't spam the chat. I know some other live streams tell you to spam the chat so that they can increase their engagement. That's not what we do here. It's not the format of what we do here. You will not get a submission through the chat. That's not the way that it works at all. Everything happens through my profile and is for independent and underground artists, producers, musicians, and engineers. Okay, Lava Boots, let's get it. Welcome from Greenland. I appreciate you being here. All right, this is Lava Boots. Lava Boots, have I heard your music before? The name kind of sounds familiar, but it also doesn't at the same time. I do this nearly every day during the week. It just kind of, I do this out like after I finish all my projects for the day. So I'm typically like producing, doing session work, and mixing earlier in the day. As soon as I finish up all of those projects, then I will go live for whatever amount of time I'm able to. Today was much, much later than typical. I will be live again tomorrow for sure. I would say that it's typically early afternoon, like 2 or 3 p.m. Central Time. I try to go live like 4 or 5 days a week. But yeah, it's usually for anywhere from like 2 to 4 hours, something like that, kind of depending on how much time I have with the projects that I have for the day. All right. I've been a guitar player for the last 20 years and started producing 2 years ago. I usually hire a singer to finish the song, but this time I said I'm going to do this myself. I love it. I've been in the chat a couple times before. Okay, beautiful. I was going to say the name seems familiar, but I didn't know. So I'm so glad you're here. I'm assuming maybe this is my first time actually hearing your music, but let's get into it. Here's a song I'm working on. First time I'm doing all the instruments and vocals, also production and mixing. Beautiful one-stop shop. It sounds good, Jackson. I appreciate you being here. I really appreciate it. I'm close to sending it off for mastering. Looking forward to productive feedback to make the song even better. Let's get it. This is Lava Boots. Let's go. I'm excited. Let me open up the drive here real quick. All right, let's get into it.
Welcome to the feed. You are the product. You are the punchline.
Talk to me a little bit about your recording process as well, Lava. Like how you're tracking all this in home.
Plastic grass and synthetic stains. We buy a piece in monthly payments. Clap for the cure, clap for the lie. Clap to your eyes, forget to cry. Keep the receipt for your righteousness. Return your pain at the service desk. Hard talk, sorry, not our fault. If you found the mess, we claim assault. Welcome to the modern age. What pain's a product and hope's a face? Keep the smile, hide the bruise. Fade away their pain and lose.
Cool vocal, man. Guitars are quad tracked. For the riff sections, 1 track in the middle. Pigachi. It's a great riff.
Who gets to feast? Who gets to freeze? Who gets to cure? Who gets to breathe? The daily news are a social tranquilizer. All they see in you is a data miner. Bless the bread, curse the bar. Hard time stocking, back the door. Keys for the few, gold for the rest. Hands
Shout out to the mods. I appreciate y'all. Great screen. Very clean.
Cut it, count it, stamp it, ship it. Name it, frame it, sell it, ticket. Can you miss it? Don't ask why. Smile like a big brother's eye. Love it, hate it, rate it, clip it. Eat it, wear it, share it, live it. Sign it, file it, brace for it back. Stay in line, don't overreact. They want you tired, they want you split. They want you fighting over crumbs of it. So we build a table heavy and wide. A common ground needed to survive. The cost of
Super dramatic vocal, but I like it. It's drama. I like it. I like it. I like it.
They say problem solved, but nothing changed. Welcome to the modern age. Where pain's a product and hope's a face. Keep the smile, hide the bruise. Pay to win or pay to lose. Welcome to the modern age. You're still stuck like a rat in a cage. Reinvent yourself and find new ways. Burn the script and use your rage.
There's the halftime. Come on. Slow it all down. Nasty. Nasty, nasty. Y'all show some love to Lava Boots. Show some love to Lava Boots. Let's get straight into it. Give me 1 second to clear this over on Pro Tools so I don't have all these extra files in here. So I'm not bogging it down at all. Wanted to do a System of a Down style song with a hint of nothing more. Yeah, let's get into it, man. I'm excited. There's a couple things in here that I think we can balance and we can structure just a little bit better before it goes to mastering. Because mastering will be the cherry on top, but the cherry on top does not determine the taste of the cake. I just made that up right now, but it's great, and you can take that. We still need to make this such a stupid analogy. We still got to make sure that the foundation is really, really clean there. Otherwise, the master is not going to fix some of these more foundational, kind of issues and stuff we want to balance first. There's a lot of things that I love about this, man. A lot of things within that vocal structure, within the production within those quad tracks. I think it's powerful. It's energetic. But if we can create a slightly better balance between some of these elements, you're going to get a lot better separation and a lot better clarity. So let's dive into it. Let's run it from the top. Let's get into some of these details here, and let's open it up, man. I'm excited. Quick reminder: we got a bunch of people in the chat that keep asking if anybody would like to submit their music for a consultation. Go to my profile, click on the link, and read through and follow the details there. We'll get you up on the board, ready to go. But everything for submission happens at my profile, and then you just go to the link right there, read through and follow the details, and then we'll get you up there. If you want to check the line, order, minimums, anything like that, those happen on the other platforms that we're live on right now. I have time for 3 more songs, y'all. 3 more songs. Benjamin already got you up there. I got time for probably about 3 more songs, maybe more, but ideally probably just about 3 more. So if you want to submit, I would do it now. Otherwise, we'll close up and then we'll be live again tomorrow. Okay, let's run it.
Welcome.
Okay, you're getting a couple things in the background of your mix here. Some artifacts, some crackles, some pops, something like that. You're getting probably some I can't talk, y'all. Some waveform cuts and stuff in there as well that need to be faded even very, very, very tightly. You can hear as certain like tracks are introduced, you have these like pops, these snaps that kind of come into play, right? There could be a bunch of different issues that cause it. It could be plugins that need updating. It could be licensings that need to be renewed. It could be the fact that your buffer rates are too small right now, and you need to raise your buffer rates in order to open up more CPU to process your session, right? It could be a bunch of different things before you export your tracks. Make sure that those are figured out, so you're not getting all these pops and all these little inputs that are happening right there. Happens a couple times in the intro, and I hear it a couple other times throughout the song as well. Could also be upload. Yeah, it could be a myriad of different things. Could be a bunch of different things. So test that out and just make sure that it's not something sourced in your session. That way, when you send this out, because sometimes it'll happen on export, right? It'll happen on export, and then you listen to the file, and that has it. Because I typically don't have any issues. Pop filter on my tracks. Yeah, I don't typically, because the stream is not steady on OneDrive. I never have an issue on. I use OneDrive all the time. I don't have any because my Wi-Fi is it's locked in directly and is super quick. So it shouldn't be any issues on this side. QRE, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, because it's playing fine for me. There's no like processing hindrances. There's no buffering or anything that's happening. So it shouldn't be the drive. And I can also have it downloaded as well. And it does kind of the same. Yeah. So just double check it. Double check. It happens. So just double check it. It could be something on export, etc.
Welcome to the feed.
It also happens every time I go back to play. It's always the same spot. So it just tells me it's within the file itself.
Product. You are the punchline.
Let me download real quick. I do want to check something else, though, and I want to cut out as many issues as possible. So let me test this real quick. Let me get this downloaded, and then we'll dive into it real quick. Let me see real quick. Philip, I got you. Great name. Phenomenal name. I got you. Thank you so much, man. I appreciate that a lot. Let me get you up there as well. I got you on the board. Appreciate the submission. All right, let's I got this downloaded. Let's run it from here.
Welcome to the feed. You are the product. You are the punchline.
Julian, welcome in. Thank you for the follow. Some small gating in there. Okay, so one of the biggest things that I want you to kind of watch out for. Ale, thank you for the follow as well. I appreciate it. One of the things I want you to watch out for and kind of look for in the structure of this too is pumping in your compression. You're going to get some pretty big kind of inflation and deflation of your signal here every time certain elements comes into the mix. Whether it's like subharmonics from the low end, from your bass, the bass will kick in and it'll kind of duck the mix a little bit. The vocal kick in. It sounds like sometimes the vocal is causing some ducking as well. So just be aware of potentially on the master side, like on your like mix bus or master. So far, I know you're about to send out for mastering, but so far, make sure that you're not over compressing. Make sure that your threshold isn't too low, so you're not getting too much reduction over there. It sounds like it's pumping just a little bit, just enough to be noticeable. You could probably raise that just a hair. Go to like your biggest peaks in the song and try to get like on your compression through your buses, try to get a max of like 1.5 dB, 2 dB. Any more than that, depending on your compression settings, you'll start to hear the compression kicking in and you'll hear the mix kind of inflate and deflate as that compression grabs onto the signal and loosens it. It happens a couple times with your vocal. I hear it a couple times in this mix where some of it could be volume automation, but it also sounds like every once in a while when like either the bass or the vocal kicks in, you're getting some pumping. Some of it maybe you're side chaining. You can kind of relook at that as well to make sure those settings are a little bit smoother, a little bit more transparent. And or if you are like compressing pretty heavily on some of your buses, maybe even on like a mix bus or master bus, that it's not too low of a threshold, that your settings are, smoothed out maybe just a little bit softer, so that's not as obvious. It's a little bit more transparent on that side. Heavy guitars though, man. Get a little bit of pumping between the guitars. I think some of it is happening between like the drums and bass. So when that bass kicks in and then there's a riff of the guitar between it, you get this little jump of energy in between. That's where some of that pumping is happening. So just, watch your compression settings between your buses and master and just make sure that that's not doing too much work, especially because it's going to cause some inconsistencies in amplitude throughout the track.
Plastic brass and synthetic stains. We buy our piece in monthly payments. Clap for the cure, clap for the lie. Clap to your eyes, forget to cry. Keep
I love the drama of this track though. I mean, it's so energetic, it's dramatic, it's heavy.
For your righteousness, return your pain at the service desk. Hard times, sorry, not our fault. If you found the best, we claim assault. Welcome to the modern age. What pain's a product?
There again, a little bit of a jump back and forth between that vocal right there. So compression settings to me is going to be one of the big ones. And then the other side to this, I'm going to back it up here just a little bit. You're getting a little bit of kind of a U-shaped, almost like Pultec style EQ curve happening on a lot of the production as well. So I'm assuming some of this is happening on either like the master that you have so far and or like on your guitar buses or your drum bus and stuff like that. It's a couple different elements here. But what you're hearing is like this 100 hertz low shelf kind of inflated low end that to me sounds like it's covering a lot of different elements, which is why I think it might be on a bus or might be on a master. Where you get this big low end inflation and a kind of a high end inflation on the top end. Usually, I say Pultec curve just because that's typical of the Pultec when it's moved a little bit more extremely, right? Salute, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. So at the high end of the Pultec, you might have like 10K, 12K boosted, and that high shelf right there. Maybe not attenuated much on the low end. It could be 100 hertz and below, 60 hertz and below. That's inflated a little bit. So you get a lot of this kind of low end inflation. You get a lot of this like subharmonic. You get a lot of like depth and energy down there, and a lot of like crisp high end at the top. But since it's affecting multiple elements, either maybe doing it independently, just doing the same thing, or affecting on a bus, you get this kind of like a boomy, muddy low end. And then you get this sometimes, not as much in this mix necessarily on the high end, but you can sometimes get a kind of brittle and harsh high end. In this case, I'm really focused on the low end, but you're still getting this kind of U-shaped curve, right? Where it's very heavy and boomy on the low end. And because of that, you lose all of your separation between these different elements, right? You lose like the separation of those you have 4 rhythm guitar tracks and a 5th track in the middle. You lose all of your separation between that, and it just ends up being kind of a wall of noise in the low end right there, where I can't hear the string attack of the bass anymore, right? I can't hear any of like the distinctions and separation between like what those guitars are doing until you leave everything out and go back into the riff. And even then, it's still a bit boomy. I would pull back on some of that low end energy, like 200 hertz and below. Pull back on that a little bit. Try to regain some balance in the mix and some headroom in the mix right there, and then reintroduce some life back into the mids and low mids. Right now, your vocal slicing through and giving you all of that energy right there. But the only way that you're getting that is you're having to kind of force the vocal over the top by just having it more mid forward and louder than everything else, as opposed to the guitars filling in some of that space as well. Right now, it's very low end heavy, and I want to reduce some of that mud and some of that energy between those tracks. And give it a little bit more in that where a lot of the life of the guitar and the vocal is, which is in the mids and low mids, right? Like 400 hertz to 1200 hertz. There's a lot of energy right there that I feel like is kind of missing from this mix that we could reintroduce there, just even lightly, nothing too crazy. Because I want to hear that the 4 tracks matters. Like those quad tracks that you have in there. I want to hear that it matters. I want to hear separation between it. I want to be able to distinguish that bass from the guitars right there. I want them to collaborate well. I want them to mix together well and be very cohesive, but I still want to hear that bass exists there. The other side of that is on the bass. You can if you want to get a little bit more attack and actually more prominence and presence from the bass, don't inflate the low end as much as try to give yourself a little bit of a boost where a lot of that string attack ends up kind of resonating a bit more, which is a lot of times around like 4,000 hertz, 5,000 hertz right there. You're actually going to feel the bass more because you can hear when it's hitting. It's got a little bit more transience and a little bit more attack to it. So I would encourage moving a little bit higher as well, as opposed to I want to increase low end, so I'm going to like really inflate 200 hertz and below. That's just going to make everything feel boomy and muddy. Coda, welcome in. I appreciate the follow. Can't you double the bass, cut the low end on one and cut the high and have a third that cuts? Dun, 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 dun. We're waiting for the next comment. Coda, thank you for the rose. I appreciate you a lot. Ben, thank you for the rose as well. I appreciate that. If y'all want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link. I got just a few more spots. I'm gonna probably take like I think 3 more songs, 2 or 3 more songs. And have a third that cuts. Can you double the bass? Okay, maybe that's all they have. The bass split in low and high. Maybe that's all. It sounded like there was gonna be another part. Can you double the bass, cut the low end on one, and cut the highs on the high, and have a third, and have a third? I mean, yeah, you can. I mean, there's a lot of different ways. There are those tricks that keep the low end smooth. Yeah, you can do that. The thing you have to just watch out is for phase issues. The thing that you have to watch out is like kind of crossover issues to make sure that you don't just inflate some of the crossover between some of those other elements in there. The lows are pinned, so it sounds more consistent. The highs could come through. Yeah, exactly. So that's what I'm hearing, Lava, is the lows are almost just like a sub bass that are they're there the whole time, right? That's where I want to regain some clarity and distinction. I would bias towards the high end, especially with a really heavy like low end quad track guitar. Those are carrying a lot of energy. Those are filling a lot of space. You don't need a really inflated sub or a really inflated low end on the bass right there. You still want some low end, you still want some presence there, but what is actually going to make you like hear and feel that bass is actually going to happen more in the mids and the mid highs, or the high mids, right? That are going to give you some of that clarity and distinction, right? Because right now, all we're getting in this mix between the guitars and the bass, a little bit of the drums as well, is that it's just that really, really low thud, a lot of those subharmonics. So it's just boomy. So we need to make sure that there's space, not only that there's space between the two bass elements, but there's actually like space between those guitars and the bass. And you have 4 tracks of guitars right there doing rhythm, plus a heavy bass. And you have 2 basses, 4 tracks of guitars, and heavy drums that are a lot of that's filling like 400 hertz and below. Coda, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate you a lot. That's why I want you to start to carve some space for all of those elements to exist there, not just on the bass heavy side, but actually making sure that there's clarity for the high end of those elements and the mids of those elements. Coda, thank you for the gifts. I appreciate that so much. Thank you for the TikToks. But yeah, that to me is one of the most important parts about this, because right now it's like I hear this boomy mix and then a really like sharp, clear vocal over the top. And I want to blend those together with a little bit better balance. Okay, let me move forward a little bit here.
Who gets to feast? Who gets to freeze? Who gets to cure? Who gets to breathe? The daily news are a social tranquilizer. All they see in you is a data miner. Bless the bread, curse the bar. Hard time stocking, back the door. Keys by the few, gold by the rest. Hands in a bucket spoon.
Yeah, because right now, the only way for you to regain that clarity is to force it, right? So like right now, the vocal just has to be too loud. Thank you for the heartbeat. I appreciate it. If anybody wants to submit, Wubsy, you're killing it. I appreciate you so much for the help with the modding. If you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow the details there. You don't submit right here in the chat. If you would like to submit, if you want to get a consultation, just like we're doing here, go to my profile, click on the link, and read through the details there. Thank you, Wubsy. I know no one's listening to you, but thank you so much for the bots in the chat. I appreciate you a lot. You're working overtime, man. Okay, let's get it. And a quick reminder as well, Lava Boots, that all of these videos, all of these live streams are saved as a VOD on the Red app, over on the Red app. All of these are saved. Fighting for our life. I don't know what the deal is, man. We've been doing this for over 3 years, and it's absolutely fucking crazy. All right, all of these live streams are saved as VODs to the Red app. So if you want to go back and reference the stream, you always can, to go back through notes, take notes, send some stuff over. That way you don't always have to worry about like screen recording and stuff like that. All right, let's move. Yeah, but right now you can hear that you're having to, in order to get clarity for your vocal over some of that low end, you're just having to turn it up too loud to kind of get it over the top right there. You're really having to force it over the top of everything. So you have this huge distinction where here's the production, here's the vocal, nothing to really connect the two, right? That's why I want to like bring that vocal back under control, step away from your compressors a little bit like we were already talking about, and then regain some balance to the vocals. Since there's so much high and low end between, and the main structure of your mix, and that vocal is sitting so clean in the mids, it feels very separate from the production. But if you reinflate the mids here, bring a better balance to the production, kind of bring those, bring the guitars kind of back under control, especially in the, the bass and the quad tracks, and that vocal, maybe a little bit quieter, everything's going to feel so much smoother. And then your mastering engineer is going to have a way easier job, just kind of like putting some polish and some glue over the whole production structure.
I love it, hate it, read it, live it. Eat it, wear it, share it, live it. Silent, violent, brace for impact. Stay in line, don't overreact.
You gotta, because you got a killer voice. So the last thing I want is like for your vocal to be like so distinct and so over the top that it's like grating just because it's so isolated in the mix. Like your vocal here is extremely dry, right? It's extremely dry and extremely forward. So that's why I want these to feel connected. Why I want the mix to feel like it's coming from one spot. Because right now you have such a good voice. You have a great fry, dude. It's so good. It's so clean. It's so smooth. Like you're crushing it. Absolutely crushing it. So the last thing I want is for that to be so isolated that it actually ends up feeling like a negative aspect to the vocal mix. Goose, thank you for the follow. Because there's so many other things that are happening here that I absolutely love and adore. And so my goal is just to create a connection between all these production elements so nothing is standing out too much, where it feels too distinct and almost abrasive. And then other things that aren't just a blob of low end, so there's separation and control. I love so much of what you're doing, though, man. Love so much of what you're doing.
They want you tired, they want you split. They want you fighting over crumbs of it. So we build a table heavy and wide, a common ground needed to survive. The cost of the modern age is the algorithm.
Thank you for the follow, Phoenix. Appreciate it.
If you don't follow, the money makes they say problem solved, but nothing changed.
I would love to get that note a little bit. This is a big transitional moment in the song, but nothing changed. I would love to get this little pocket right here. Nothing changed. And even into a fry or a little, you even push that up to the nothing changed. And move it into a fry scream. You could do something interesting there. This low texture right here. There's a little waver in your vocal. I don't know if it's caught by tuning or if it's just a little waver in the vocal right there. It makes it feel a little bit more unstable. I would love to retrack this one little line right here or polish it how you can to get this locked in really, really clean.
Needed to survive the cost of the modern age is the algorithm. Hunger Games, if you don't follow, the money makes they say problem solved, but nothing
Change. You get a little movement right in there. I would love for that to feel a little bit more pointed, a little bit stronger, because it's such a pivotal transition to like your last huge moment in the song. So that to me, like some of the small little vocal textures like that, and then those other balancing elements. Yeah, I don't even know. It's crazy out here, Libby. Y'all show some love. Show some love. It's the new algorithm. I don't know. It's been weird, specifically for the last couple weeks and months that things have been switched over. I am Goose, 100%. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, read through and follow the details, and we'll get you up on the board ready to go. I got a few more spots. One thing I did yesterday was realizing that if I remove the limiter on the mix bus, not smart to begin with, it ends up at negative 0.3 dB. So I gain staged everything down to negative 3 dB and the vocals felt louder. Yeah. So what was happening is that limiter was crushing, right? That limiter was crushing everything and kind of squishing it all down, which is some of the pumping we're talking about that's still happening with some compressors, right? Squishing everything down. As soon as you lifted that, everything kind of opened back up again and that vocal was able to breathe a little bit more. So right now it's quite a bit louder because now it has more headroom to actually go through more of its dynamic range. So now you just need to kind of bring it back under control and just lower the amplitude, lower the fader, bring it down a little bit more under control. Okay, y'all, show some love, man. Show some love. That is Lava Boots. The song is called Welcome to the Modern Age. You're obviously talented, man. You're a good writer. You have a really killer vocal. It's dramatic. It's intense. It's got a lot of energy to it. So my goal is just to make sure that when you build all of this energy, you don't introduce mud and or too much separation between elements where things don't feel like they fit together cohesively anymore. Because that's going to be a distraction from the quality. You're talented. Dane Dante, thank you for the follow as well. Y'all please show some love to Lava Boots. They're over on the Red app right now. But please show some love to Lava Boots. If Lava Boots has music on the platforms as well, please go stream it, go add it to your playlist, all that fun stuff. Okay, let me double check a few things here. Let me see. If anybody would like to submit, I see some people still asking. If you would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there, and we'll get you up on the board. Let me know really quick, because I haven't seen the email yet. Let me know who just submitted so I can get you up in line as well. Thank you for the follows, y'all. I really appreciate it. Let's see. We got Benjamin in the building. Benjamin, we're gonna run it. This is Soda Machine. Is the band. I just finished mastering the album. Let's get into it. Benjamin, I've heard your music before, right? Soda Machine sounds super familiar. My special someone. Any advice on making one? I mean, pull from personal experience or observations of what you see around you. Oh, it's just new? Beautiful. Let's go. Let's go. I'm excited, Benjamin. Yeah, pull from personal experience or thing that you observe and then find creative language surrounding it that doesn't feel too typical, too on the nose, but still feels connected to what you want people to experience. Just me and my drummer buddy. Let's get into it. This is Benjamin Russell. This is Soda Machine is the band, and we're about to listen to Rugged. Let's dive in. I'm excited. I'm excited. I'm excited. And then, yeah, let me know who just submitted so I can get you up on the board as well because I don't have the email yet. Thank you for the follow.
And I won't lay down in case you think you can't say shit behind my back. You can be brand but taking just your own fate cause it's true. And I make plans to waste dreams and then make an asshole out of you. Hate seems so rugged, I've been rugged all along. And I'm like, geez, so fuck it, I ain't got no time for y'all. So let's keep this moving, I make a living how I like. So move on, keep stepping, that's how I feel about you tonight. It won't be real until you're gone away without me. And you're wrong for everything you've ever done. It won't be real cause you are crazy here below me. And I'll never see you empty out that gun. I've never been so lazy, and so it's easy for me to say. And then I think that I'm
Let's go, Benjamin.
crazy, and that the rest of you are okay. And I feel this shit may lay you out, and I'll take it as it comes. And then I just might find a way out, and when I do, don't ever think it's done. It won't be real until you're gone away without me. And you're wrong for everything you've ever done. It won't be real cause you are crazy here below me. And I'll never see you empty out that gun. It won't be real until you're gone away without me. And you're wrong for everything you've ever done.
Thank you for the follow.
It won't be real cause you are crazy here below me. And I'll never see you empty out that gun.
Oh, short and sweet. I was ready for more. I was ready for more. Let's get into it. I was ready for like another verse and a bridge and a guitar solo and an outro. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. Yeah, if anybody would like to submit any genre, any language, any style, if you want to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details over there, and we'll get you up on the board. If you want to see the line, it's on the other platforms that we're live on. Kept it clean and simple. This is a good sync track, man. It's sharp and it's to the point. Let's run it from the top. This should be quick. Ghost Boy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it a lot. Let's get into it. I'm excited to break this down.
I ain't down to love you if you can't play the revenge like that. And I won't lay down in case you.
Okay, really, really quick. So let's talk about some like very practical sides on the mix, and we'll get into some of the mastering stuff potentially here too, because I know you're kind of at the final stages of this one. One of the things that I'm noticing really quick is you have a beautiful double track. I mean, tone. I mean, I love the drums. I love the tone of the guitar. Sonically, I love the distortion, slap delay, overdriven vocal with the slap delay. Love it. I love it. Sonically, I love what you're doing. You have a double track guitar here, and it's kind of sitting here, right? So you have like a left, right? And again, I'm opposite on my screen here, but you have a left over here, and it's almost fully left, 80% over here, right? And then you have a double track that's maybe barely right, potentially barely right here. Goose, is that Gustavo? Is that you? If that's you, I got you. I got you up on the board. You're ready to go. I appreciate you so much. Then you have one that's like center to center right, like to 10%, right? Perfect. I think that's you. Okay, I got you, man. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. And then you have one that's biased just a little bit this way. One of the things that I'm noticing is because that double track is very, very close to where that lead vocal sits, and is also obviously in a very similar frequency profile as well, right? Those guitars where that vocal sits, there's a lot of energy between like 600 and 1500 hertz. There's a lot going on right there. It kind of steps on the toes of the lead vocal a little bit, as opposed to it kind of sitting in its own space opposite of the other guitar. And then the lead vocal sitting a little bit more in its own space. So that's kind of what I'm listening for. It doesn't sound bad because tonally you're awesome. Like, I think the guitar tone is great. The drums sound really, really nice. That vocal, the distortion on that, I think sounds absolutely fantastic. So there's a lot going on there that I really appreciate, but I do feel like they're stepping on each other's toes just a little bit. So what I would probably do is bias a little bit more to the right, just slightly, bias a little bit more to the right, and or do some strategic mid-side processing to get that guitar out of the middle channel where that vocal's sitting and maybe reintroduce it to the outside, right? Like, 600 to 1200 hertz out of the middle, introduce 600 to 1200 on the outside by another 2 or 3 dB to kind of wrap that guitar around the vocal a little bit more so it's not stepping on its toes, and remove it from the center channel. Little tiny things like that just to kind of open up the guitar a little bit more, because right now the mix has like a bias of like 20% this way as opposed to things kind of being centered and opening up this way. It's kind of like this just because of where that secondary guitar is on the right side.
Think you can't say shit behind my back. You can't be brand for taking just your own thing, cause it's true. And I make plans to waste dreams and to make an asshole out of you.
It's subtle, but to me, it does make a decent amount of difference with just how you feel the spread there.
It seems so rugged. I've been rugged all along.
I like the processing on the vocal. I know, I like the processing on the vocal. I like the positioning of it. I love that distortion on there. I think that's actually that's processed really, really well, especially for the genre. That sounds fantastic.
And I'm like you, so fuck it. I ain't got no time for y'all. So let's keep this moving. I make a living how I like. So move on, keep stepping. That's how I feel about you tonight. It won't be real until you're gone away without me, and you're wrong for everything you've ever done. It won't be real 'cause you are crazy here and on me, and I'll never see you empty out that gun. I've never been so
Most of this is pretty clean though, Ben. And most of this is like pretty well established. There's every once in a while some things. Again, same thing like in the high end guitars. You bring in like another, I guess maybe a quad, right? Like another 2 layers of guitar over the top. It kind of opens up your lead a little bit. Same thing. Some of those are maybe a little bit bright, or you can fine tune where there's like some over resonance in the frequencies of those lead guitars. Maybe around 3K, 4K, something like that, and see if those can be tamped down a little bit so they're not too bright, too brittle, too resonant, but still offer some space, right? You still want to be wide and bright and open without, being harsh at all. One of the tests that I always like talk to people about and like consult when I'm consulting with people is like, how loud can you turn this up before it hurts? How loud can you turn up this mix before it starts to hurt your ears? And I immediately had to turn it, not even just from a loudness standpoint, but just from a balance standpoint, had to turn it down a little bit, just because once this chorus hits, it starts to get a little harsh and a little abrasive. And I want to be able to crank it. You know what I mean? I want to be able to hear this at a show as loud as possible, at a club, during a workout, in the car, when I'm jamming, whatever. I want to be able to turn this up as loud as my ears can handle and still enjoy it. What's up, Full on a Hill? Welcome in. Good to see you. If there's any limitations to that, that's a limitation to people's experience of the song, right? So like if they can listen quiet and it's pretty comfortable, and as soon as they like kind of cranked it a little bit, they're like, kind of hurts a little bit. That's going to be a limitation to people's enjoyment of the record, especially when they want to listen to it at its loudest, right? So that's one of those things like, how loud can I push this? Not very far right now, because of some of the harshness at the high end of the guitars, and then some of the buildup that we're getting in the middle of the mix with the earlier guitars like we were talking about. So I would address like those two things. There's not much, to be honest with you. There's not much. It's a good record, good vocal processing, good guitar tone. I like the way the drums are processed, the way that they're positioned. I think sounds really nice. There's not much at all. It's like those two things to me: positioning and balance of that guitar early on and its relationship to the vocal, and then those lead guitars that are added in as a secondary layer on the hook, and the like EQ and processing on those to make sure you're not getting any of that harshness or kind of brittleness in the mix. If you can balance that, dude, absolutely killer. Absolutely killer. Is it Hula? Thank you so much for tapping in on the Purple app. If you would like to submit on the Purple app, type !submit. Here's the line right here. So you can see the line right here on the side. We got 3 tracks left. You can see kind of the order. If you want to go faster, of course you can, or you can put yourself right in line right there. But yeah, just !submit right there in the chat. I think this is great. I like to bring more songs to you for the feedback. Absolutely, man. Anytime. London, welcome in as well. Yeah, anytime, Benjamin. I appreciate you a lot. Yeah, I mean, this is an awesome track, man. I think it's formatted fantastic. It's written well. Everything feels really, really nice. Just a couple little polished details, again, for the goal of removing distraction and giving people the ability to crank this record without any limitations. Let me skip into this last section here. Absolutely, Julio. I appreciate you. Yeah, it's short and sweet too, man. It's formatted really, really well. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is Benjamin Russell. It is called Rugged by the band Soda. Wait, where did it go? Where did it go? Let me see. Hold on, where did the track go? Soda Machine. Soda Machine is the band, and that is Rugged is the name of the song. Y'all, please show some love to the family. Show some love to Benjamin over there on TikTok. I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you for sending that in. Let's keep the music going. We've got Philip in the building. Fabulous name. That is my name. Shout out to Philip. Philip, hop in the chat. Let me know that you're here. I'm going to pull up the track right here. Let me get it downloaded. This is called Who God Bless. Track this live in studio. So Philip, let me know where you're at. I'll be looking through the different platforms to see where you show up. I'm excited to dive in. That's catchy. Shakaman is the band name. Beautiful. All right, this is tracked live in studio. So this is Who God Bless by Shakaman right here. Let me get it downloaded. And Philip, give me, I don't have any other details here in the chat, so give me some details, give me context. Talk to me about the production of this track. Overall, talk to me about the role that you play in the music that I'm hearing. So whether you're a musician, you're the artist, you're the vocalist, songwriter, you did everything yourself, so on and so on, let me know. That way we can get into the details. This is Philip Dietrich right here in the chat. Hasn't been mixed or mastered. Beautiful. Perfect. And if anybody would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, go to my profile, click on the link, and then read through and follow all the steps right there. I wrote the song and played drums. Beautiful. Just so love and so artists, you can make it out here after millions of views and streams and sometimes I've in live streams from my able to build. I love that, man. Yeah, Hula, there's never any pressure at all to submit. I appreciate that, man. And I love just the positive energy and the positive vibes as well. Yeah, the structure of this live stream are long form consultations for artists and producers. So it is a paid service in that format. But yeah, so we spend about 20 to 30 minutes breaking down each song. We listen multiple times to get into all the details of the structure of the record. And so that's the way that we have formatted anything in here. But I never want anyone to feel any pressure to submit at all. That's the structure that we have going on so far, man. I appreciate your positivity. I appreciate the vibes, man. Thank you so much for tapping in today. All right, and hopefully, man, you can just hang out for a little bit as well, man. Be a part of the community. We got more people over on TikTok as well. Okay, let's get into it. We got Who God Bless by Shakaman right here. Let's run it. Let's run it. And if there's any other details you want me to know, drop it in the chat, Philip. Appreciate you so much, man. Shout out to Hula. I appreciate you. Already a vibe. Reach out. So you're all playing together on this one, right, Philip? You said track live in studio. Is that all together? Just multi-tracked all at once? Hell yeah, love it.
Cause every day we've been hustling. Yeah, the grind don't stop, even when my body drops. And these times got me wondering, will I see another day? Will that come to a stop? Cause you're gonna live on your knees or die on your feet, good Lord. You got to be the change in the world you wish to see. My God, say who got this? Then no man curse. I said thank you, Georgia. Mean I end up in the hearse. Who got this? Then no man
Smooth.
curse. I said thank you, Georgia. Mean I end up in the hearse.
This is all live track too, man. That's impressive. That's not easy to do. And then once you live tracked, did you then send this out to another engineer, or did you just kind of get a studio mix there and ran with it? Let me know. This is cool, man. Really impressive to do all live. In the studio? Okay, nice. Yeah, all live off the floor. Yeah, that's not easy. It's a vibe, man. Amazing. Amazing, amazing, amazing. Y'all show some love. Show some love, show some love. That is Who God Bless by Shakaman. Y'all have, let me back it up here. I want to make sure I get all because I'm seeing a bunch of different names. So I want to make sure I get all the right names right. Philip Dittrich right here in the chat. Shout out to Philip. This is Who God Bless. I think you said drummer, and I'm trying to remind myself of some of the earlier shout out to the drums, man. Beautiful, beautiful sound. Oh, it keeps kicking me back down. I keep trying to swipe through the chat to reread things, and then it keeps kicking me back down. Bubsy, if you could scroll through and wrote this. Okay, and wrote the song. There we go. So like every time I swipe down and then a new comment comes in, it kicks me back down. I'm like, damn it, I'm trying to reach it. Y'all show some love to Philip, drummer, and wrote the song. RJ, welcome in. Let's sort it back from the top. This is beautiful. This is beautiful, man. It's great musicianship. It's great structure. I love it, man. I love it. I love it. I love it. So let me know. I'm going to look at something real quick. Is this, what's the plan with this record, right? You got this tracked in studio and then just engineered. You got a studio mix, not necessarily like an engineered mix, right? So you get a studio mix live right there off the console or going in direct. And then they balance that and ship, right? That's the current mix that you have. Beautiful. Of course, RJ, 100%. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, everything's at my profile. Click on the link. Do you plan on getting an engineered mix, Or what is your are you plan on releasing this as a live record, or do you want to try to create like a studio balance to this and go back through the multi-track with an engineer to create like an engineered mix instead of it? Because a studio mix is going to be like a rough balance, right? They're going to like take it off the console, rough balance it, and then send it. As opposed to like sending it off then to another engineer to get like an engineered mix, which is going to be a little bit more hyper focused. It's going to be a little bit more intentional as far as like track by track balancing, taking care of gating and bleed and stuff like that. We have an engineer and producer. Okay, so are they currently working on then balancing what you have here, or let me know kind of how far along in this process you are, and kind of where you're at with facilitating the song. But let's get back into it. I'm going to run it from the top. We're going to dive into some details here, and then we're gonna keep things moving. But yeah, once again, if anybody would like to submit, go to my profile, click on the link, just read through and follow the details there. These are 20 to 30 minute consultations. They do take a minute, but we're going to go into a lot of detail with your record. We're going to get into the nuances of what you're doing. So if you would like to submit, all those details are there. Y'all keep tapping the screen, share it the live with a few people. Don't forget to send your heart me. It really does help out the live stream as well. All right, this is Who God Bless. I love this whole feel, man. We are recording 7 songs. That was the first. We have 5 left. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I love it. G-Man, what's up? Welcome in. What's up, Noki? This would be so fun to hear live too. Do y'all do live performances? I mean, obviously you got a full band here. Do y'all do live performances? Are y'all doing small tours and doing venues and stuff like that? This would be so engaging, especially as you like build. That's one of the things I like about this track is like the tasteful building of layers as you go between like bass and percussion and then slowly building up more structure. Yeah, if anybody wants to submit, go to my profile, click on the link and then read through and follow the details. Keep in mind that I am updating minimums now. So, cause I only have time for a few tracks left. I only have, I think like 2 tracks left. 2 or 3 tracks left, but ideally 2. So if you want to check the line, go to my profile, click on the link, and then just read through and follow the details there. Everybody submits there. You can't submit right here in the chat. All right, that way I can get everybody organized and everybody in line over there. Andy Woods, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you a lot. It's a vibe, man.
End up in the hearse. See who got days, then no man curse. I said thank you, Jaja. Nina end up in the hearse.
Yeah, because even in like some of what you have here, I mean, there's like great tracking across the board. I mean, the fact that y'all did all this live is incredibly impressive. So now all I would look for is a little bit better distinction for the bass, a little bit better control on the low end of the vocal, like 100 to 300 hertz, a little muddy, hertz, a little bit muddy on the vocal. Open up the top end lightly, tastefully, 9K or so. Just, give this a little bit of space. The bass itself is a little bit low end inflated, and I would love to get a little bit more like attack, a little bit more like punch and pop from the bass, as opposed to just a kind of low end sub inflation right there. Like a little bit of rebalancing in the bass. Push those drums a little. I mean, biased because I've been drumming since I was 4. So more drums is I'm always a fan of. Get those drums. That drum and the plucks from the guitar and the bass line being such a cornerstone of the way that you build out this production structure. I love it so much. I want to make sure that feels really tight together. So I would love for those drums to be forward. I would love for the bass to be able to be forward along with those drums. But right now, since the low end's inflated, it's just going to get boomy. So push those drums, get some of that low end balanced again, and then you can drive that bass a little bit more as well. And the guitars and the some of the like auto wah in the background feels really like dynamic and really, really wide and open, and I absolutely love it. So keep, most of that as is, and then just like slight rebalancing in the vocal. But this record itself is super, I mean, it's so chill, it's so simple, but it's really, really dynamic to listen to, which I absolutely love. Yeah, no worries, Goose. No, not a problem at all.
'Cause every day we've been hustling.
Yeah, no problem, G-Man. No pressure at all, man. No pressure at all. Feel free to hang out, connect with people. Hopefully you can still gain some information from the artists that we're working with. We're talking about a lot of different elements here in the mix. I'm sorry, in the chat with all these different people in all different genres. So no pressure at all, man. I appreciate you tapping in. This is amazing, amazing community with a lot of really phenomenal musicians and engineers and producers and stuff like that. Please, thank you for the follow. I appreciate that a lot. So yeah, never any pressure, man. I don't want to sit here and pressure anybody. Please don't feel any pressure at all. I don't want you to do anything you don't feel comfortable with, or your parents don't feel comfortable with, of course. So yeah, man, feel free to hang out, connect with other amazing musicians. Hopefully get some tools from some of the stuff that we're talking about. Maybe we'll talk about some of the pain points that you experience in your music as well. So yeah, never any pressure. I appreciate you being here.
Will that come to a stop? 'Cause you're gonna live on your knees or die on your feet, good Lord. You got to be the change in the world you wish to see. My God, say who got grace? Then no man curse. I said thank you, Georgia. Mean I end up in the hearse. Who got grace? Then no man curse.
Love that. There's a beautiful like stage 73 Rhodes on the left as well. That is just chef's kiss. I love it. I talk about with a couple other artists that always come with you. I think Rhodes should be in every song. I think Rhodes is one of the best instruments. I love it so much. I would love to get one in here if I could. If they weren't like $3,000. But it's a beautiful little like 73 on the left side over there. With a little bit of phaser, and it just sounds absolutely gorgeous. I love everything that it's doing. It's a beautiful little tasteful element that's balanced beautifully with the guitar as well. You get this nice stereo openness just because of where the positioning is for the different elements that are right there in the mids. I love it, man. There's a lot of really, really great things happening.
I said thank you, Georgia. Mean I end up in the hearse.
One of the only, practically speaking, one of the only things that I kind of wish would open up here a little bit more is the reverb on this guitar. Everything's in mono. It's like and again, this is a tiny detail in the grand scheme of this whole mix. But one of the only things, you have a beautiful, I mean, again, very typical of this genre as well. I mean, nice little slap delay right behind that guitar right there. You get some phasing, you get some wah in there as well, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. And then I think there is like another plate reverb or something behind that guitar as well that sits still in mono. So it's offset a little bit, right? Where you have this guitar that's sitting 30% to the right-ish. But because everything is in mono, even like the ambiance of it and kind of like the reverb and all that stuff like that, that's all collapsed to mono as well. So when that guitar comes in, you don't really get any space or any kind of environmental noise or any like reflection right there. It's all like very in line with the guitar right there. I would love for that maybe in post, like that'd be one easy thing to do on the mixing side, like it with an engineered mix, to add like a little bit of like a stereo room to that guitar, a stereo room or a stereo plate to the guitar off an aux or something like that would like take this signal and open it up a little bit. You'd still get that bias to the right in the mix, but you'd get a little bit of room noise. You get a little like room reflection or like a plate reflection in there to kind of open it up a little bit, just because it does feel a little bit isolated right there. And I hear the reverb. So I hear the sound of a reverb, but it doesn't have the effect of a reverb because it's all in mono. So I'm hearing that it's supposed to be in space, but the signal itself isn't set in space. So that would be one thing I would love to open up a little bit, so the whole signal isn't too like direct in mono, but you get a little bit of stereo activity that kind of blankets the whole mix. I think that'd be nice to hear occasionally in this mix. The musicianship is just fantastic. It's chill, it's vibey, it's incredibly laid back. Vocal texture is great. Groove on the drums is nasty. It's really, really well done. Rotation Evo, thank you for the follow. I appreciate it. I love so much of what's going on here though. Rhodes is gorgeous, man. It's like a little Hammond B3. I mean, there's so many things that, there's so many things that actually are represented here that I don't know if really get their space in the mix, which is why I think an engineered mix would be so valuable, where you can really get into the position. Now that all these things are tracked, you can really start to dissect the, the positioning and the carving of space for these different elements. Because there's also a beautiful like Hammond B3 organ or something similar in the background. And I hear these little trills in the background, little like palm swipes and stuff that are so good. They're so, I was like, I didn't even know that existed the first time. So it's really going to help to start kind of, balancing and repositioning this mix as you go as well. Because there's a lot of things that I really, really like in the structure of this mix that aren't presenting themselves based on positioning or based on EQ and stuff like that. I would love to get those a little bit more of a space to shine. I got you, Philip. I got you. Thank you so much for the other submission as well. I appreciate you, man.
Who got this? Let no man curse. I said thank you, Georgia. Mean I end up in the hearse. See who got this? Let no man curse. I said thank you, Georgia. Mean I end up in a hurt. Who got this?
Yeah, like that organ's doing work in the background. It's really, really well done. That's why I want each of these elements to have that space to shine. Y'all show some love to Philip. We're about to run another track from Philip. We're gonna run another track from Philip. And if anybody wants to submit, Wubsy's holding it down over there. Retrack, Libby, y'all are so helpful, especially today. If y'all would like to submit, everything's at my profile. We're about to close up the line here in just a little bit. If you want to submit, everything is at my profile. If you click the link, you read through and follow the details there. Just please do check minimums. We're about to close it up here after the next couple tracks here. So just keep that in mind. We will be live again tomorrow afternoon. Nickname, thank you for the follow. Afternoon Central Time. So definitely make sure that you're following on any of the 3 platforms that we're live on. We'll open up the lines again for some more consultations tomorrow. Okay, let's get into this next track from Philip. I'm excited. Let's break down this next one. This is Intention, same artist we just heard. Let's dive into it, man. This one I'm hearing for the first time as well. I'm assuming, Philip, same platform, same format, tracks live in studio. You said y'all have 5 more tracks, so I'm excited to hear this. And this is the drummer. And did you write this song as well? Or at least one of the collaborative songwriters on this one as well?
Hear me now.
Beautiful, beautiful.
What is your intention?
Yeah.
Every choice is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention. We have to be the change like
Y'all did this all. How many people are in the band? Because y'all did this all live.
I'm talking truth and rights. Tell me your intention. What is your
6, beautiful. Oh, it's amazing.
Hey, yo, said I've been trying to find a purpose. Like go ahead and show me what's behind the curtain, Lord. Ain't nobody come perfect. No one like me. Good luck trying to be.
It's called Intentions by Shakaman, which is Philip Dittrich, right above you. He's their drummer and songwriter.
Like I'm surfing. Keep my cool like a drink on the rocks up inside the thermos. Look in the grass where the snakes have been lurking. Smiling in your face on my skin like epidermis. Clowns in the game got it looking like a circus. Can't wrap their heads around the bigger picture like a turbulence. Always got new lessons, the masters continue learning. Mission being averted, higher power diversion. The future's in our hands, now it's time to be of service. So we've got to keep on working. Tell me your intention. Every choice is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention. We have to be the change like darkness to light. Tell me your intention.
So smooth, man.
I'm
so talented.
Truth and rights. Tell me your intention.
What a voice, too. What a beautiful voice.
Hey. Now why them more prisons than schools in America. Real life lessons are becoming esoteric. Animal extinction started to get scarier. Man-made diseases spreading out in the area. Can't cure hunger yet they can build barriers. Control population situation getting area. Drugs in the street got them sniffing like Tariata. Poor getting poorer while the rich is getting barrier. Distracted from forget the live for valid hysteria. Like rich were captured and put into an aquarium. Lost too many friends to the love of the fedia. Never lose your sight to the path that lays ahead of ya. Set the path that lays ahead of ya.
Philip, y'all are awesome, man. Super talented. It's a tight groove. Tight groove.
Every choice is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention. We have to be the change like darkness to light. Tell me your intention. I'm talking truth and right. Tell me your intention.
No, it's tight. It's tight.
What is your intention? We bring the darkness to light, yeah. Talking about truth and right, yeah. What is your
What a voice.
intention?
What a voice.
Every choice is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention. We have to be the change like darkness to light. Tell me your intention. I'm talking truth and right. Tell me your intention. What is your intention? Hey. Talking about truth and right, yeah. Hey. When the dark becomes the light, everything is gonna be alright.
Yo, show some love. Philip, y'all are amazing, man. The inconsistency of the beat. What inconsistency of the beat? What are we talking about, RJ? What are we talking about? That pocket is, for a live tracked in studio, that is like a brilliant swing. That's like, that's real. That's a really, really tight. Yeah. There's no inconsistency in the beat. That is like classic that's classic swing and slap delay. I love it. I love it. And it's also just it's just upstrums too. So those upstrums too are giving you some of those syncopations. But those syncopations are what make this genre. So I guess if you just like don't like that about this genre, then that would make sense. But like this is, for all of this being like live tracked and oh, that's crazy. Yeah, exactly. That's what makes it bounce. That's what this genre is that syncopation. It's those upstrums. It's that pocket little swing to the open hats. Like it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Okay, I want to drop a couple things really quick, just to kind of show you, just to kind of give a visual and a little bit more. No, RJ, I wouldn't even say that. Yeah, I wouldn't even say that. I would just say that what I'm hearing is a pretty tight swing. It's a pretty tight production structure. But yeah, I don't want you to feel bad or say anything like that. Never. It's pretty tight. It's pretty tight for what this genre is and what they're doing. You know, musicianship wise, this is tight as hell. Okay, we're gonna switch over here for a second here. I want to do two things here. Just because I think sometimes it helps me get my ideas out to just kind of do them, right? Just kind of show you a little bit. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to set this into another room that's going to blend everything just really, really briefly, and then open up some of the top end here and reduce some of the mud, just for the sake of, actually, I don't need this. What are we doing over here? I'm just going to go to a fab filter just real quick. And we'll walk through some. So I'm going to drop it all on the dog here so we can just kind of see it. And then we'll break it out really briefly. This is beautiful. I mean, y'all are so talented, man. It's this takes so much talent. Let's get into it. Oops, let's not do that. So you can immediately right here, you see this big node right here at the bottom right here. You're going to see this big curve, right?
Hear me now.
That low bass, that like sub, 150 hertz, 100 hertz and below. Is it Femi? Thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It has a lot of weight right here. I don't mind it having some weight in the support, but I would love to hear. And I also have, I don't have anything else on there. I want to make sure that that is under control while still opening up some of the top end. Can I borrow your Pro Q3? I don't know. It might be now that there's Pro Q4 and 5 and whatever else they keep putting out. You could probably get this cheaper. I don't know. I don't know if they do discount for like last year's Pro Q. I'm never upgrading. I don't care about all the 50 billion different things that they add to it. This does everything that I need it to do. I'm not spending another $180 on Pro Q4. Pro Q3 is perfectly fine. Okay, let's get into this. So here's some of these dips that I want a little bit more.
What is your intention? Every choice is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention. We have to be the change like darkness to light.
So here's this huge drop off right here. So yeah, past like 12K, oh, you actually can't see. Past 12K, there's like very little information at all. Your high guitars run into a little bit of that space right here, but you're also missing a lot of that high-end information from the vocal. So it's gonna make the guitars harsh, but
Hear me now. What is your intention?
what's up, Lindsay? Welcome in.
Is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention. We have to be the change like darkness to light.
So if we can control a little bit of the mud down here, right? Like 200, 250 hertz. I'm gonna push this forward a little bit so I can see it.
Hey, yo, said I've been trying to find a purpose. Like go ahead and show
Versus.
me what's behind the curtain.
That's the difference.
Lord,
Back
ain't
on.
nobody come perfect. No one like me.
The way that vocal just, and I'm doing this dramatically and I'm doing it on a master. I would never do this on the actual record, but just for context to open it up, right? The difference between, and I'm going like 6 dB up. This is far too far, and you should never do this on a master like this because it's affecting everything. But I'm pulling a decent amount of mud away, like 250 hertz, 260 hertz. I'm 3 to 3.5 dB out right there, all while also giving a pretty big edge to the high end up here at the top. And then the only other thing that I want to do as far as like blending things, and again, I'm just trying to create, that was weird, create kind of an image of how this could then feel facilitated and a little bit more, openness and actually really feeling a little, that was 5.5 dB at the top right there, Wubsy. How you can make this feel a little bit more open, a little bit more connected. So the other thing I'm going to do here is I'm going to use, I love Sound City Studios. I love it so much. We're going to use Sound City Studios just to, and again, that guitar is going to sound nasty regardless, to set this into a room. So I'm going to be controlling the mix here because I don't have it on an aux right now. I would typically have this on an aux, but just for the sake of like connecting this in space, I'm going to bring out the mixer here. And we're going to change the wet over here. I basically have the whole entire mix then running through this room. And we have it on a drum in a live setting. So it's a really open mix. And it's going to give us a lot of like natural reflection. We're going to get a lot more of the room. And we're just going to mix it in just a hair. Let me see what's going on here. It is a cool track. Yeah. It's on solo. What's going on here? Why is this not? Why is it not letting me change my settings? What is?
Hey, yo, said I've been trying to find a purpose. Like go ahead.
Hold on 1 second. Why is it not letting me change my settings over here? Hold on 1 second. Okay, 1 second here. Dun, 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 dun. I'll just bring all these down and then we'll mix them in. And hopefully that.
Said I've been trying to find a purpose. Like go ahead and show me what's behind the curtain. Love, ain't nobody come perfect. No one like me, good luck trying to build a better version. Now I tell you it's really worth it. When you're caught in a situation even hotter than the furnace.
No, it's not gonna. It's not. I don't know if this plugin needs to be updated. It's not letting me do it. Regardless, we'll focus on the EQ. We'll focus on the. It's not. It's not letting me do it right now. I don't know if UAD is giving me an issue for some reason. It's not letting me switch out a fully mix. So all we're getting is 100% reverb, which is not fun. Regardless,
Like
get the idea.
circus can
So we're gonna bypass here. We're gonna go through and then just really quickly, and then we'll move on.
every choice is gonna come with a price.
That's the difference.
Tell me
Bypass.
your intention.
That's the original
We have
versus.
to be the change like darkness to light. Tell me your intention.
Bypass.
I'm talking truth and right.
Back.
Tell me your intention.
And again, none of those curves should be happening on the master, right? But that is the difference with how it sounds when you can just open up the vocal just a little bit. It has a little bit more space, a little bit more energy over the top of the mix, and can kind of separate itself from the percussion and from the other instrumentation and the guitars and the organ and stuff like that in the background. It allows the whole track to breathe a little bit. It doesn't feel so suppressed. So I am really excited because I do hope that y'all are able to get still like an engineered mix on this. You're still able to get another balance where some of the rest of this production structure can breathe a little bit more, because I do worry that it could, as is, it could feel a little bit suppressed just because of how dark and mellow a lot of the instrumentation is. A really tasteful master and or another good like engineered mix to kind of get into some of those nuances and open it up, I think would sound really, really nice. I wish I could show, I don't know why, I think I probably need to open up, I could try this really, I'll try. No, I'm not going to worry about it. I'm going to waste too much time doing that. Anyways, that then, then also setting, I could do this. This might work. Sorry, I'm not trying to waste time. I want to get into these last tracks really quick too, but I like showing this stuff because I feel like it can help with what I'm trying to let's go here. There we go. That's what I'm looking for. Okay. That's the set. Okay. I got it. We're going to make this happen. This is what I wanted to do. So we're going to take this off. We're back, baby. Okay. This is slightly irrelevant, but we're still going to do it. I was like, I've got to make this happen. It's going to drive me nuts if I can't make this happen. Okay, so we're back. We're back where we started, folks. I'm going to switch these mics. We're going to do a little bit less of our close signal here. We're going to really focus on the rooms. The rooms are going to be pretty far out, so we're going to make some adjustments here. I do like using the C12s on some of the close in the rooms, and then the 67 is fine for a little bit farther out. We are going to go completely wet on the signal here. Pretty good amount of distance right here. And then I'm just going to feed this in as an aux. So I have this on a reverb over here, and I'm actually just going to add it to your track. So I'm going to bring this down here. I'm going to add it over here, right? So we're going to go down here. We're going to go to our reverb, and then we're going to take that same EQ, and then we're just going to feed it into a room to kind of connect everything. There's the extreme. That's the extreme.
We have to be the change like darkness to light. Tell me your intention. I'm talking truth and right. Tell me your intention. What is your intention? Hey. Now why are them up prisons?
Even just that little bit.
America. Real life lessons are becoming esoteric. Animal Animal extinction started to get scarier. Man-made diseases spreading out in the area. Can't cure hunger yet they can build barriers. Control population situation getting area.
Bypass.
Drugs in the street got them sniffing like diarrhea.
Original.
The riches getting
Here.
barrier. Strike me propaganda, live for valid hysteria. Like fish that were captured and put it to where the quarry of lost to many.
It just kind of glue by putting everything in the same room again and then not feeling too dry, right? And not feeling too dry, but just setting into some space that kind of glues it together and opens it up a little bit. It could be beneficial to just, again, kind of waking up the mix a little bit so it doesn't feel too direct or too restricted. Like even if I'll go here.
Every choice is gonna come with a price. Tell me your intention.
It's a little bit more direct.
We have to be
If I
the
go
change like
extreme.
darkness to light. Tell me your intention.
That sounds like you're at a concert.
I'm talking truth and right. Tell me your intention.
A little bit more subtle.
What is your intention? Hey. Now why are there more prisons than schools in America? Real life lessons are becoming
How much darker it
esoteric.
feels. It gives you space, and then of course the EQ opens it up to feed that space, right? So it gives you just a little bit more control over that signal. Of course, ideally, we go back from the source and we kind of build out from there. We go back to the original here really quick, and then we'll hear the outro here, and then we'll move on. But man, Philip, yeah, I'm so impressed with what I'm still mind blown that y'all are tracking all this directly. That you're tracking all of this in studio. That's nuts. I mean, that's absolutely crazy. Y'all are very, very. What's up, Aaron? Welcome in. Y'all are incredibly, incredibly talented. I mean, y'all should be so proud of the work that y'all are doing.
We have to be the change like darkness to light.
Here's the original guy.
Tell me your intention. I'm talking truth and right. Tell me your intention. What is your intention?
Got you, Kobe.
Hey. Talking about truth and right, yeah. Hey. When the dark becomes the light, everything is gonna be alright.
That's so good. Yeah, I mean the tightness of the groove, because everyone is right there in the room. Everyone's on the same page. Everyone is right there in the room, all with one goal of building out the structure of that whole entire song and production right there. It's beautifully done, man. You get so much cohesion because of the fact that everyone is in unity. Everyone is in the same groove. Everyone's following the same pocket. And Philip, the drums are so clean. They're so smooth. The pocket is absolutely flawless. Y'all show some love, man. Show some love. Show some love. That is Philip Dittrich right here in the chat. That is Shakaman. The song is called Intentions. Beautifully, beautifully, beautifully done. We are going to go ahead and I think close up the lines here. I got my last two, or not the last two submissions, but the last two I can take tonight. So I believe that is going to be Goose and Kobe. Goose and Kobe. Of course, man. I appreciate what you do so much. Let me go ahead, and I was up there, and I got to go refill my water, use the restroom. We've been going for hours. I got to take a quick little break to use the restroom and get some water. And then we will, let me see. Let me see. Let me close it up over here, and these will be our last two. My ears are starting to ring. I've been doing too much work today. I gotta still work on projects tomorrow, so I can't be too crazy. Okay, give me a minute, y'all. Give me just a minute, and then we'll finish up with these last couple. Originally has a little info about us. The second is a track of anticipation. Okay, sounds good. Yeah, we got us. The ears are the money makers. Actually, I gotta head out. Will you be live tomorrow? KJ, are you Kobe? No, no, of course, Slim. Never. No, I make sure that I'm listening at a reasonable. Okay, yeah, I got you. Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. I should be on every day this week, as far as I'm aware. I should be on every day this week. Philip, thank you so much for the. Okay, let me get you saved immediately. I'll put you straight on my previous list down here, so you're set, ready to go. Yeah, I do want to make sure that I'm okay. Yeah, I got you. I got you on my save list already. You're ready to go. Yeah, hop in anytime. Hop in anytime tomorrow, or any other day this week. I'll throw you straight back up on the list. You'll be ready to go. Yeah, of course, KJ. I appreciate you so much. Sounds good, Benjamin. I'm excited. I'm excited. Okay, give me give me just a second. And then Goose, I think we might close it up with you. I think we might close it up with yours. All right, give me a second. Let me use the restroom really quick, and then we'll close it up here. All right, 2 seconds here. I'll be back. Let's close it up. I apologize in advance for the slam. All right, let's go, Goose. Everyone's H2O, hydrate. Exactly, Ozzy. Some 80s music, a glimpse of color. That is a glimpse of color by Torvik. Check it out if you feel like it. That's I love my 80s stuff. Bye. All right, yeah, we're closed, y'all. We're closed. I am up way too late, working way too long. And my ears are gonna start failing me because of it. And I have to work on music all day tomorrow. So yeah, we're gonna close it up here. We're gonna close it up right now with let me see. Let me see what I got here. Let me see. All right. Goose is going to close this up today. Yeah, we'll be live again tomorrow. So any of y'all that are interested in the consultations that we do here, these are long, they're detailed. If you are interested, then just make sure that you're following, make sure that you're tapped in. We're live on 3 different platforms right now. So if you're ever interested, then my brain's not working. Yeah, if you're interested, tap in tomorrow. Jesus, y'all, it's too late. I've been working too long. It's been like a 13-hour day. And tomorrow's gonna be no different. So I gotta take care of myself. Let's get into this last track. For the start, we used a sample. Besides that, everything home recorded. Okay. So let me go to the detail. I have, I think, 2 different emails I need to look at here. So there's that one. And let me see. I think I only got one email. Unless there's another one here. Oh yeah, one of them went to spam. I don't know why. Okay, no, the other one's a spam. I got it. I was like, hold on, why is that happening? All right, so here's the details on this one. My name's Gustavo, but my user is Goose on TikTok. Got you. I'm the guitarist for my band Engulf the Moon. We're more slam, hardcore, deathcore. We mix, record basically everything for our music. So all the tips and critiques are very much appreciated. We've only been working together for a year. Love the live stream. Let's go, man. I'm excited. Yeah, that's killer. I love it. I'm excited to get into this. So Engulf the Moon is the name of the band, and I'm just getting the details here. And you're the guitarist. Beautiful. All right, let's dive in, man. I'm excited. Any other details? Of course, feel free to drop them in the chat as we go through, as you've seen kind of what we're doing. Use a sample. Besides that, everything is home recorded. Let's dive into it. This is Filth Injection. I am ready. You are about to wake me the hell up. I already know. When it's 2 a.m. and I need to be sleeping because I'm gonna be up early. So this is gonna be fun. I'm gonna be wide the fuck awake after this. All right, this is Filth Injection by Engulf the Moon. Let's get into it. Let me get it downloaded really quick. I'm supposed to be asleep 4 hours ago, and we are not. All right.
Off the dope, smoke, then I know. Once in your dome, in the bitch, I'm all alone. Sick and tired
I know it's about to
bitches
go
acting
crazy.
like they wanna
I already know.
me.
I already know.
No phony, tried to check me, it's a warning.
I'm kind of assuming that's not how it's supposed to sound. Wild guess. Wild guess. Unless the whole thing is like a filtered sample. Is it about to go crazy? Okay, no. I didn't know. You know, and there's a world where this all of a sudden goes, we go crazy. I didn't know. I'm gonna try re-downloading it. If not, maybe send me an updated file. Let me see. Yeah. Let me try re-downloading it real quick. Or let me try playing it in the email.
Off the dope, smoke, then I know. Once in your dome.
No, it's the same. Yeah. Try resending it. Try resending it. I was like, hold on. In my mind, I was just waiting for like the filter to open up, and we were about to go fucking nuts. And it never happened. So I was like, well, hold on. I'm gonna take a wild guess and say this is not how it's supposed to sound. Yeah. I'll give you a minute, and then we'll close it up here. All right, let me see. It might take a second for it to come in. Let's see. Same. I love it. Classically trained triangle player. It's much needed. There's a track that I'm like an 80s track that I'm working on right now. It's a very 80s track. It's very 80s. Like 80s pop. Like it's I love it. Anyways, it's got a lot of I actually added a lot of triangle to it because you got to. Okay, just wait for this track. Sometimes it takes a minute for it to translate, for it to pop in. I love it. It's a cool track. I'm excited to finish it. Boom, just came in. All right, let's try this. Let's hope this is a different experience here. Let's see. No worries, no worries. There we go, there we go, there we go. I'm gonna back it up a little bit. Let's go, Goose. Yeah, it can be. This is a wall of, it's like, I mean, it's like EDM. You're dealing with a wall of sound, and you want loudness, but you also want separation. It's similar to like dubstep in some ways, just different instrumentation and tonal quality. Less, you know, where everything's distorted. That's kind of the difference. Crazy vocals.
Got him!
Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Y'all show some love. Show some love. That is Goose617 right here in the chat. That is Filth Injection by, let me go back to the email name here, because I had it on the other one pulled up, by Engulf the Moon. That's it. Engulf the Moon is the name of the band. Filth Injection is the name of the song. Show some love to Goose right here in the chat. Gustavo in the chat. That's the guitarist for the band. Let's dive into it. Okay, right off the bat, we can bullet point some things here, because a lot of the things here that need work are a little bit more glaring, and then the rest of it, from a production standpoint, like a format standpoint, you're doing a lot of the things you're supposed to be doing in the genre, right? You know, good, like, guttural false chord screams. Like, you have so much energy behind the production structure. Your blast beats, heavy riffs, you know, double to quad tracked, like detuned 8-string guitar. You know what? You got all the stuff going on, right? And even some of the memification, that's not uncommon too. Like, I think that's something I'm hearing happen actually a lot more. I think are on a good trend of like bringing in, especially when it comes to building content over some of the stuff, integrating some of that. I think is great. It gives you this like random comedic, lighthearted edge to a really dark, heavy feel to a song. So love it. I love so much of what's going on. Right off the bat, early sample, turn it down by like 6 dB, 70, like bring it way down, way down. Because what's happening right now is that early sample is so loud and so prominent that, and it's so like it's filtered, right? So it's so like mid forward and has so much energy right here in the middle of the mix that when you go into the beat actually sounds quiet, right? This heavy, quad track blast beat metal track sounds soft compared to the sample that's used at the start of it, because it fills so much space in the middle and it's so loud. So the last thing you want is for when the actual music hits that it's like quiet and you have to like turn it up, right? Like that's the opposite, right? So we want to make sure like the sample comes in and it's clear, you hear it, you understand what it is, and then you get this whoom, and then the beat hits and it's massive, right? You get this inflation into this heavy, hard-hitting, impactful mix, right? Exactly. It reduces the impact. So all of a sudden we're like, oh, I heard a really loud sample, and then like the heaviness of the beat is actually is softened by that, right? So this first sample here,
Just acting like they wanna know me. Freddy ain't no phony. Tried to check me, it's a warning.
that should be probably, I would start with about 4 dB quieter ish, right? I mean, this is kind of depends on how you balance it, but about 4 dB quieter. 1911, thank you for the follow. 4 dB quieter, and then see how that feels, and then hopefully from there you can kind of build out the rest of the mix from there. But just the last thing you want is for the production to feel soft after that. Okay, let's get into the main structure here. But most of the things that we'll talk about here kind of go for the whole track, so it should be fairly easy for y'all to balance. I'm assuming these are, we're closed for today. Y'all, thank y'all for asking though. We're closed for today, but if you would like to submit, we'll be open again tomorrow. We'll open up the live stream, we'll open up the lines, and it'll be tomorrow afternoon Central Time. Okay, I'm assuming y'all are, you're the guitar player. Are y'all sampling they're pretty quiet, but I'm assuming y'all are just VST drums in the background. You've got guitars and you have your lead vocal, right? Those are like the 2 people in the band, or is there more? Let me see. Mike, welcome in as well. I appreciate you being here. Yeah, okay, perfect. Okay, so a couple things happening here. Bass, vocals, drums, and Mia on guitar. Okay, so one of the things that we're running to now is there's too much prominence in the vocal. Now, I want clarity. Sorry. I want clarity, and I want the vocal to stand out. I want it to be at the top. I don't want it to be wide. I want it to be doubled up, all the stuff. So again, like I said, there's a lot of the things that y'all are doing, you're all doing right, like tracking right and doing the right things for the genre, for the style. I think you're running into is space for each of those elements to exist. Right now, those vocals are so prominent that I have no idea what riffs are happening on the guitar. The guitars you could be playing in a completely different key on the guitars, and I wouldn't even know. There's no separation for that element to like exist right there because those vocals are so loud. So the biggest thing I feel like y'all are running into is just like balance. It's just like levels between these different elements. And like you said, y'all have only been playing together for a year. This is, a fairly, by default of that, it's a fairly fresh process for y'all to be mixing all this stuff together. And that being the case, it's very impressive as well. This is not an easy genre to mix, like Wubsy was saying earlier too. Anakin, welcome in. It's good to see you. So being that this is something still fairly fresh, y'all are doing a great job. But I want you to focus on levels and balance. The thing that I always recommend for people, it's been a trip. Yeah, it is, dude. And just learning this, as a whole, in general, is a trip. So I completely get that. The thing that I always talk about with people in any genre is decide your non-negotiables. Is there any other way to set up a decent mic other than an iRig? In what regard? A decent, because you don't need an iRig for anything, but I guess it depends on your goal or what you're referencing specifically. Decide what are your non-negotiables. Oh, for live, I'm not using an iRig. I'm just running it through my computer. This is just TikTok Live Studio, so you can just run audio directly from there. So I just have my audio mic going into an audio interface, or if you have a USB mic, you could do that, running through my audio interface, and all of that's just running from my computer. But yeah, I use OBS for TikTok and Twitch. I'm sorry, YouTube and Twitch is OBS, and then TikTok Live Studio is handling TikTok. I have it all running through the same computer. Okay. deciding your non-negotiables, right? That's the thing. I talk to people all the time, especially if you have a muddy mix where things aren't shining, right? Like, what are the things that you have to have there? Like, what has to exist in order for this to feel like it's the mix that you want it to be? Of course, and thank you for the rose as well. For me, obviously, that's going to be at least a double track of the guitars, maybe quad, depending on what you're doing. At least a double track of the guitars. It's going to be the blast beats on the drums, right? It's going to be, percussion structure and a lead vocal. Outside of that, filling in layers to the vocal, maybe a quad track, maybe another layer of bass, but like, what are the non-negotiables here? Hit a quad track of the guitar. Perfect. What has to be here? We have to be able to hear those blast beats, because if we don't, we lose all the rhythm structure of the song and we lose the energy that supports the vocal. We have to be able to distinguish the riff, because if we don't have the riff, we don't even have the genre. I got to be able to know what the guitars are doing. Otherwise, I've lost all like separation, right? And I need to be able to hear these vocals. I need to hear these screams. I need to be able to feel them in my chest when they're happening. You know what I mean? Like, I need to really feel what's going on. And of course, like bass underneath to support all of that. If anything is happening where I lose, like any of those like 4 or 5 pieces crumble, then I've lost the mix, right? In this case, vocal prominence, like vocal loudness, has completely covered the blast beats, the riffs from the guitar, and a couple other elements that are kind of happening in the background, right? So what I would do is hit a little bit of a reset, right? Get the drums exactly where you want them. Cactus, we are closed. We'll be live again tomorrow, so just make sure that you're following. We'll open up the line again, probably early afternoon tomorrow. Mike, thanks for tapping in as well. We need to make sure that we have the blast beats and the beat, like drums and bass need to be connected. They need to be working really well together. Over the bass, we need to make sure that at least like your first double tracks are working really, really well together as well, right? That they kind of sit as like a column over the bass, right? So like you have your bass, and then right on top of that sits your rhythm guitars, and then right on top of that sits like your inversion to the rhythm guitars. That's your quad track, right? Like you have a really, really solid structure, but there's space for each of those things to exist. And then on top of that, your vocal just sits right above it. If the vocal's too prominent, like in this case, where those low like false chords are so prominent, they have now become an umbrella to everything else. So those lead vocals, in my opinion, should come back probably 4 or 5 dB. Like they need to come back a fair amount in order to allow for you to start to hear the riffs in the background and feel those blast beats again, right? It's so loud that it kind of just covers the whole thing. And then all you hear is that energy right there, which is a great energy. It's a great vocal take. It's great technique as far as the screams go, but you're missing out on the rest of the production structure underneath it, right? So lead vocals can come back quite a ways. And then on the rest of the production, making sure that there's space for all of them to coexist. Perfect. Also, quick reminder, so you don't feel pressure to write it down. Every single one of these live streams are saved to YouTube as a VOD. So at any point, if you need to go back and like reference some of the things that we're talking about, it's all saved over there. That way you don't have to feel pressure to like screen record and write it and like make a note, or if your Wi-Fi goes out, you'll miss something or anything. Every single one of these live streams are saved over there. I think it'll be like episode 66 over there, something like that. Okay, let me move a little bit deeper into the production here. But the biggest thing I want for y'all is to regain balance, where it's like the sample's too loud and then the beat's too quiet and then the vocal's too loud. Regaining a balance right there is gonna help y'all out so much. It's like here, all I'm able to distinguish is those vocals, and the vocals are doing what I mean. I like the movement and panning. They're doing what they're doing, I think, really well. Like those are clean, those are clear. They're doing exactly what they're supposed to do. Now it's regaining clarity for some of those lower elements in the production. And I like this. You're bringing back the sample too. Like little things like that, I think are smart to do. Right, some re-referencing of the sample, I think, is great. So I think some of what's happening, let me hear this. Yeah, so you'll hear right here, a huge dive in energy. So what that tells me, as soon as the bass, you have a bass drop right there, right? A little sub drop that hits right in the middle right there. If you give the crowd some breathing room to 100%. Uh, what's happening here is as soon as you hear that bass come in and you hear the whole mix dive back, that tells me, and then also you hear the crackle at the top, you hear some of that artifact, digital clipping that's happening at the top right there. You hear a couple things happen at the same time. Digital clipping that's happening at the top, the whole signal breaks up. And then you hear, as soon as this sub drop kicks, you hear the whole mix dive back by like 4 dB, right? The whole mix kind of gets quiet, like the whole production, the guitars and the drums gets quieter by like 4 dB every time the bass kicks in. That tells me that on the master side, beyond the vocal levels, right? On the last thing I'll say here, on the master side, that you're probably triggering your limiter and you're probably getting a solid amount of reduction. You're probably getting 8 dB of, you're getting a chunk. You're getting a fair amount of reduction. And your limiter, if that's what you have over on your master, is a brick wall, right? It's a brick wall. So as soon as that signal tries to push past it, it's breaking apart, right? It's just, you're completely crushing the signal digitally past that point. So what's happening is everything is just kind of hitting that limiter and it's creating all of that artifact that you hear at the top of the mix. Some of that crackle, that breakup, that digital distortion that you're hearing kind of at the top. It's disguised by the guitars, because of course, everything in the mix is kind of distorted. It screams in 4 tracks of distorted guitars and bass. But past that, you're hearing like the digital breakup and distortion that's happening at the top of the mix because it's crushed past that limiter, and that limiter is just suppressing it so much. Then the other thing that's happening is when the bass kicks in, that sub bass kicks in and triggers that compression even farther, and it steals all of your headroom. So when that bass kicks in, the whole mix gets limited and gets pumped back by over compression. And then so on the other side, we need to make sure that we are not crushing the mix on the master. Now, I want you can clip it, you can push it, you can distort it, do all of that stuff. But if on the master side, you are crushing the signal over there and it's over limited, it's distorting at the top right there, and it's pumping because of the bass, then you've lost kind of control over the balance right there. So what you need is you need to raise your, I don't know what you're doing on the master side. I can give you like the basics of where I would start. For one, quiet the whole entire mix. Take every single element in the mix, all of your buses, all of your instruments, and bring them down by like 4 dB. Get 5 dB. Get everything away from the limits of that master. Because right now, I think you're probably just feeding everything to the master too loud. So everything's going over to that master, and it's cranked, it's distorted, it's loud, it's crazy. And that might even like sound good as you're mixing it, as you're trying to balance it yourself, but you've lost all control. Because once everything is just clipping that master and clipping the limiter, then you have nowhere to go. You have no headroom. You have nowhere to like mix things and balance them out anymore, right? So just get everything quieter. Turn up your headphones as necessary. Get everything quieter, mix a little bit quieter so you can regain your headroom. You can regain control over your mix and over your balance. And then on the master side, there's a bunch of stylistic things that you can do that I won't go into, but just practically speaking, to make it loose and very simple. On the master, probably the easiest way for you to just get a clean master, a transparent master, which is where it should be loosely. Just put a limiter at the end. You can do some other fun stuff in there if you feel like it, but put a limiter at the end. Set the ceiling to -1 dBs, -1 dB, and then just lower the threshold to where the loudest part of your song is getting a max of 2 dB of reduction. Again, a -1 ceiling, and then go to the loudest part of your song, and play it through these biggest blast beats right here, and lower the threshold until you are getting a max of 2 dB of reduction. Any more than that, and you will start to hear the distortion. You'll start to hear the pumping in the mix as it is trying to suppress it, and you don't want that to happen. That's going to happen a lot on your compression as well. So if you have other compressors on there, same thing. If you have like a master compressor to glue everything together, get a max of 2 dB of compression, of gain reduction on the master. If you find, if you like play it now and you go to the master and you go to your limiter and it says on whatever dial you're using, and then you look at the gain reduction on the meter and it says you're getting 12 dB of reduction, 7, 8 dB of reduction, that's where all that breakup and all that pumping is happening. If you loosen that threshold, you raise that threshold to where you're only getting, a dB and a half, 2 dB of reduction, that's just going to tame your peaks. It's going to control you. It's going to control the mix. It's going to help with your loudness. And that is going to open up things like crazy. I've gotten into the practice practice of starting with all of my channels at negative 14 dB. Yeah, if you just gain stage as you go and create balance in your gain staging as you go, you can get a pretty loud. I mean, I've had some mixes that before it gets to the master bus, things are loud. They're sitting at -4, -3. They're pretty loud, even just going to the master. And then I just glue everything together on the master, and it's fine. I don't even worry about it. But more often than not, I try to give myself some headroom to make decisions, to be able to bring it up and compress well and make some small EQ changes and stuff as necessary, maybe saturate it. But yeah, right now, all of that pumping that you're hearing when the bass kicks in and then it dives, that's happening on master compression and master limitations, like master limiters. If you fix that, that alone will like open up. It'll open up your mix dramatically. Right now, it feels crushed. Partially stylistically, but also just because that limiter is just crushing the mix, and it's creating some digital distortion. Let me hear the outro really quick. Almost, yeah. I mean, it is very in metal like this. Like you are gonna have a loud mix, right? Metal, EDM, hard rock, EDM, house, dubstep, stuff like that. You're gonna get a loud mix. That's very typical of the genre. You're most likely easily getting -9 to over -6 LUFS. Like you're gonna get a pretty loud integrated loudness. That's gonna be pretty typical. How you get that and the sonics of how you get there matter, though, right? You can get there by just crushing the shit out of everything. That technically can get you there, but it doesn't mean that it's musical when you get there. It doesn't mean that it'll sound good when you get there. It will just be loud. So you want to make sure that you have good balance and good control leading up to that loudness. That way you can push it or soft clip it and do what you need to do there, in order to still get some loudness, but also have dynamic range. So the whole thing's not just. You know what I mean? It'll get crazy pretty quick. Okay, let's close this out.
Got him!
Same thing. I love the use of like memes and stuff in here too. I would probably just still come back by 3 or 4 dB so that when the meme happens, it's clean and it's clear. And then the beat comes back and the beat still feels heavier, still feels bigger than everything else that was happening there. Let's go. Man, y'all show some love to Gustavo Goose. I appreciate you so much. I mean, like I said, stylistically, I think you're doing all of the right thing. Excuse me, I got hiccups. You're doing all the right things. From like riff structure to blast beats to the heavy vocals, the change between like high frames and low guttural, false chords and stuff like that. Biggest thing to me is like hitting. You've gotten all the like style things right. You got the style points right. You've got the skill as programmers and guitarists and vocalists. You got all that stuff down. Now it's like the annoying part of like hitting reset and like building your mix from scratch. Amelia, welcome in. I appreciate you being here. It's hitting reset a little bit and going back to some of the basics and regaining your mix again, like regaining control over your mix and over your balance so that you can kind of hear everything that's going on. You can position it exactly where you want to. You have enough headroom in your mix to make creative decisions and make cool stylistic decisions without being like, I don't even know where to go because everything's loud. I have no control. If I push this loud, I don't even hear it because it's all just crushed, straight into the limiter, stuff like that. I would love for you to regain a little bit of control and regain a little bit of balance there. Gabriel, welcome in. I appreciate you being here so much. This is great advice. Thank you, Dime. Am I saying that correctly? Dime, I appreciate you being here. Oh, I didn't read that the submissions were closed. Yeah, it's been closed for like the last hour. Let me, you paid already? I'll be on again tomorrow. Let me just double check a few things here. I appreciate you so much. Is that DR? I think, is that you over there? Dude, I appreciate you so much, Goose. Yeah, I'll be on all week, Dime. I'll be on all week. So what I can do is I can get you, I have a couple people I have on my list right now, from earlier today that they had to dip out really quickly. I've already been on for like 5 hours. My ears are ringing. I got tons of music projects I have to finish up tomorrow. So I already went a little bit longer than I thought I was going to. Let me get you on my list, man. Let me get you on my list. I appreciate you so much. So, like literally anytime that you hop in, just to let me know that you're here. Let me know, remind me of your name really quick, and I'll dump you straight onto the list, exactly where you need to be. Let me get you on here on my hold list.
Yeah, I'll be on tomorrow. Tomorrow, I'm pretty sure it's gonna be like it's typically in New York. Okay, so you're East Coast, so it's typically I'm Central Time. Um, Depends on when I finish my projects. I'd say it's usually around like 3 p.m. Central. 3 p.m. Central. So that'd be 4 p.m. Central for you, I think. Um, Usually right around the time, and I'm usually on for anywhere from like 2 to 4 or 5 hours, kind of in that pocket right there. Like today is an outlier. I'm on super late today. I'm not typically on this late. But yeah, I would say I'm usually on around 3 p.m. Central ish. I finish all of my other projects for the day, and then we get on live for a couple hours after that. Okay, let me get you dime. I think it's a 15. Beautiful. Perfect. I got you. All right, you're on my list. Literally, just yeah, hop in tomorrow. Remind me of your name just because I see a lot of names, and I'll pull you from the list. So I'll dump you straight back on there. Yeah, appreciate you so much, man. Thanks for hopping in at the end there. All right, y'all. I love y'all. Appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for joining today. Quick spiel before we hop off, and then we'll be back on tomorrow. Just make sure you all are following on Twitch, YouTube, and TikTok that we're live on right now. For those of you who don't know, my name is Torvik. I'm a full-time audio engineer, producer, and session musician. That's what I do for a living. Done that for the last 14 plus years. So if you're ever interested in any of those services, I don't promote myself during the live stream. Just here at the very end, I'll just give my spiel. If you're ever interested in those services, whether you need live drums, electric, acoustic, or bass guitars, you need vocals. My main thing is keys. I've played piano since I was 6 years old, classically trained. I have a bunch of synths in here, hardware, analog synths, and VST, of course. If you ever need keys, synth player, anything like that, I do a lot of session work, full production packages, mixing and mastering services, stuff like that. If you're ever interested, shoot me a message, and we'll talk about your project, see if just stylistically and creatively it would be a big fit for you or a good fit for you. And then of course, down the road, timeline, budget, stuff like that. That's what I do full time. So if you're ever interested, yeah, shoot me a message on any platform. I'll do my best to get back to you in a somewhat timely manner. Sometimes I'm a little bit all over the place. You are a label, I will a label. You are a label, I will a label. I'm producer, singer, and DJ. I'm not a label. Dime, thank you for the gifts. Thank you for the goats. I appreciate it. No, I'm not a label. I work completely independently. I was did a 2.5 year private mentorship in a studio early on. This is about 18 years ago or so. Or no, about 14 years ago, where I trained in audio engineering, but it was never attached to a major label. We did everything completely independently. I know. So I didn't know what I was reading for a second there, man. But Team Party Night, I appreciate you being here. But yeah, anyways, if you're ever interested in services, shoot me a message, and I need sleep desperately, dude. It's been like a 14-hour workday at this point. My brain's done. I love y'all. I appreciate y'all. You have a good rest of your day. Hopefully we'll see y'all tomorrow. Peace.